Okay, thank you. Steve, can we do a roll call, please?
Certainly, I'll start with who's participating virtually and then work to the room. So don't move in the next 30 seconds, please. Mr. Mushak?
Yes.
Mr. Mushak?
Here, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. I can't see anybody else. No, I just Mr. Patches,
Present.
Miss Wells.
Here.
Okay, I believe I heard Mr. Cantor is available here as well.
Here.
Okay, Ms. Tabachnik,
Here.
Mr. Williams,
Present.
Mr. Schulman,
Here.
Mr. Rowena,
Here.
Miss Jordan Byron.
Present.
And did I miss anybody? I apologize because my
Did you
screen is low.
Get Miss Wells?
Yes,
Oh, okay,
and I believe Miss Lingalis will be joining us around 6:30.
okay.
And I have just a quick sentence to say. May I? Put it
Go
on
ahead.
the record, please.
Go ahead.
Lou?
Go ahead,
Thank
Michael.
you. I just want to put in the record that earlier today, I sent 2 emails to Mr. Kleppen, which referenced videos on a social media posting
Yes.
that I happened to view on my Facebook page. I requested that Mr. Kleppen submit into the record my 2 emails, which include the videos and postings, so that this information has been made available to everyone. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mike. With that, I'd like to just make a couple of brief opening remarks. I know there have been some requests to change the date of this meeting. I think it's important for people to know that we have a statutory clock on which we operate once we receive an application. And frankly, that clock runs out next week. Secondly, just to let you know that this is not a political process. We operate under state regulation and city code. That goes both for the way in which we operate as well as for how we reach decisions on applications. Unfortunately, in the case of this application, there have been a handful of inappropriate remarks made about staff and even about members of the commission. Just want, before you speak, I want you to understand that such remarks don't strengthen in any way your argument. I know you feel passionate about the issues here, but the passion needs to be kept under control and related to the subject matter and the issues that we need to hear about in order to reach a decision. As is typical with our meetings, and I assume we will still be hearing comments then, at 9 o'clock, we'll probably take about a 10-minute break so everybody can catch their breath before we come back together to hear additional speakers. The way in which we conduct a public hearing, and again, this is not based on decisions we've made, but based on, if you will, the law, is the firm or the firm's representatives that want to do the development will give a presentation. I suspect in this case, it will be a lengthy presentation because there's a lot of information to cover. We will also ask our traffic consultant as well as our design consultant to comment on the project. Throughout that process, the members of the commission are free to ask any questions they wish of the developer. When that presentation is completed, we will invite the public to speak. We don't set time limits, but we do ask that you get your thoughts together so that you can ask your questions in expeditious a way as possible. But keep in mind that you need to say everything that you have to say when you get up to speak, because we allow only one opportunity for individuals to speak. Just keep your comments civil. If you're going to say the same thing that someone else said, it would be a courtesy to us, and I think to everyone else listening, if you could simply state that rather than going through in detail the exact same points that a speaker before you has made. When everyone has had an opportunity to speak, who wishes to speak, and as I said earlier, we'll defer first to the members of the audience who are here, and after that to folks who may be online. We will turn it back to the developer for their response to the comments that they've heard. So when you're speaking, you're not really speaking so much to the members of the commission. We're listening. We want to hear what you have to say so that we can take that into account. But you're actually speaking to the developer. And the developer will then have an opportunity to respond to any issues that you've raised. Following that, we will close the hearing and move on to decision-making. That may be this evening. It may not be this evening. It depends on the number of speakers and how late it gets. We find that we're not at our best if we let meetings run too long, that it's hard for us to concentrate on what people are saying and reach the decision that's best for the city. With that, we'll open the public hearing. This is 2022-24 SP/CAM Mill Pond Holdings LLC, 1 Cemetery Street, District 3, Block 42, Lot 27. Construction of a 77-unit mixed-use development within 2 buildings, 98 parking spaces, and other on-site and off-site improvements. With that, I'll invite, I believe it's the attorney for the developer, Attorney Adam Blank, to begin the presentation.
Thank you. Thank you and good evening, Adam Blank. I live here in Norwalk, attorney on the project at 1 Cemetery. First, I just want to say, I know this is the first hybrid meeting that I have done, and I think that you have done. And I say we don't have a preferences in the future, whether they're in person or remote, but it is a kind of a challenge to try to handle them in a hybrid fashion. So we figured it was easiest actually to present by and large remotely. And I know that we've got Alan Weber from MF Descala, one of the developers on the project, is there in person. Matt Edvardson from Spinnaker is remote. And then you'll be hearing over the course of this evening from Colin Grothier of Binefield Architecture, the project architect, Mike Mitchell of Eckerson Design, the landscape architect, Vincent Hines, a professional engineer from Redness and Mead, Matt Pop of Environmental Land Solutions, who performed an environmental impact assessment, and Greg Del Rio of Hardesty and Hanover. Those folks you're going to be hearing from tonight. I'm going to try to generally narrate through the presentations, and then we'll cut away for some of those other folks over the course of the presentation. So first, let me just get you orientated to the site. As you all are aware, it sits on the edge of Mill Pond at Cemetery Street in East Norwalk, abutting East Ave and Gregory. It's in the newly created East Norwalk Village TOD zone, which we'll talk about in some detail in a few minutes. 72,000 square foot lot, 2 buildings. You heard 77 units, 6,000 square feet of commercial, 102 on-site parking spaces. 2 of the on-site spots are going to be dedicated public parking, with 14 new on-street public parking spaces to be created, along with the creation of a public plaza, public waterfront access, numerous vehicular and pedestrian safety improvements, environmental and sustainability improvements, public infrastructure improvements, and workforce housing units. Just generally, and the architect and the landscape architect will go through in much greater detail the layout of the project. Again, it's 2 buildings set up on Cemetery Street. The larger building with the bulk of the units in it is 3.5 stories, and the smaller is a 2.5 story structure along Gregory. Yeah, there we go. 74 units in the larger structure, which is a number of different facades that Colin will walk you through. The spaces are set up on the screen, and you'll see there's quite a varied unit mix within the complex of studios, 1 bedrooms, 3 bedrooms, and 4 bedrooms. I think we can probably go to the next. So to give you a couple of renderings, just to kind of orient you, this is as you're looking, over the cemetery coming, I guess it would be looking east on East Avenue at the intersection of Cemetery. And the retail building is there on the corner. Yep, the Mercantile. And then we can go to the next. This is a different rendering. It's the same view taken further back on East Ave, looking at the development. And then one more. This is coming the opposite direction on East Ave as you approach Cemetery Street. So coming from behind the complex, you can see there's a sort of a pocket park and the public access way and some of the amenities that the project will offer, again, which you'll hear about in more detail later. But I just want to give you a general sense of the project at the beginning. In terms of outreach, this is not the first time you've heard from us or the public has heard from us specific to this project. We've got a timeline of presentations we've given to the various entities that have had interest in the project that spans back to June 15th, which was at 8 or 9 months. We've been publicly meeting with folks talking about this particular project. This is a special permit and CAM application. Under the zoning regs, and I think maybe I'll talk about it now, and then we'll talk about it a little more later on. But just that there's been a fair amount of information put out there, some of it accurate, some of it inaccurate, about what's desirable and what's even permissible in this zone. You'll see this is your zoning table. On the heights, you've got a maximum of 2.5 stories and 35 feet, and then 3.5 stories and 45 feet by special permit. But there's a minimum. The minimum is 2.5 stories and 35 feet. That's not a special permit. That's not asking for anything else. That's if anyone wants to build anything in this zone, the building must be 2.5 stories tall and it must be 35 feet. Similarly, with regard to setbacks, You'll hear the building is fairly close to the street. The maximum setback that's permitted along Cemetery Street and on any of the frontages within the zone is 10 feet. So the structures have to be up at the street. That is a requirement of the zone. And then for density, it starts at 1650 and it goes up to 825, 1 unit for every 825 square feet by special permit, pursuant to sort of an amenity schedule that we'll talk about in detail shortly. The project went through a peer review architecture as well as a peer review traffic. I suspect you're going to be hearing from both of those peer reviewers later this evening, and the reports are in the record. I want to read through a few of the quotes that we've taken from the architectural peer review. In some, the project planning is admirable, fully meets both the letter and the intent of the design guidelines. One might more relevantly say that development fully embraces the scale and aesthetic zoning envisions as being appropriate for this location. Designed for the public courtyards, high quality, highly picturesque, and the quality of the materials used is high. Both building heights comply with the EVTZ bulk and height standards. The applicant's requesting an increase in residential density to 939, which is less than the maximum permitted of 1 for 825. It's recommended that this project be approved, and it goes on with various conditions, which I think we'll show to you later that we've either established already or that can be conditions of approval. I think I already introduced for you the folks that you're going to hear from, so we'll skip this slide. I want to take you back a little bit to understand how we got to where we are today on this project. It started with a grant for TOD study that authorized $125,000 to look at a TOD plan for East Avenue. This is back in December of 2017. So back in 2017, the city first looked into TOD for East Norwalk. And that led to a neighborhood plan being adopted. That plan again was updated and drafted in 2020. As part of the plan, there were lots and lots of meetings, many of which are listed on this next slide here. And there was an oversight committee of Brian Baxendale, Deb Goldstein, Diane Cece, Sam Parkington, Stephanie Thomas, John Kides, Judith Dominguez, Vanessa Valadares, that were involved in the TOD plan for the community engagement. There were on the next interviews with numerous stakeholders, all set forth in the report. There are workshops and surveys. These are the dates and the respondents and attendees, in addition to all of the public hearings. And then I'll show you, because it's has a fair amount of relevance to this project. So back when the TOD plan was being formulated, they met with the owner of this property, Descala, and I'll read you what's in the TOD plan. The owner of the Descala property between Cemetery and Mill Pond is interested in redevelopment, but current zoning limits any building height to 35 feet and includes a limit of 1 dwelling unit per 1,650 square feet of land. If zoning could accommodate a limit of 1 unit per 800 square feet and a parking requirement of 1.3 spaces per unit, redevelopment would be far more feasible. This particular site has added constraints with drainage easements and flooding. They're willing and open to negotiating public amenities such as access to the water through their site in exchange for these added development incentives. So the developer here, before there was any zoning even adopted, suggested essentially what the zoning that you're going to hear about shortly that actually was adopted would be what would be needed to develop the site. And in part on those statements, you folks and the council passed the TOD plan and passed regulations that were not limited to this site, but were specific to exactly allow for what the project that is proposed today. I mean, literally everything that we're that we're talking about relates to those criteria that were determined necessary to allow for redevelopment, which were put into the plan and then put into the regulations. The next, there was a third-party review. I can kind of skip through it, but that talked about the TOD and the amenity structures. Then we've got the approval of the TOD plan and the TOD zone timeline, which was adopted by the council. And then I want to just, so that's the backdrop to this, to the zoning. And, you know, when we talk about East Norwalk, I think it's, we shouldn't lose sight this, this zone is a very, very limited zone. And that's really just, well, not just, but it's primarily along East Avenue. We wanted to just sort of highlight for you, and to the extent that there's a real discussion on it, Colin can lead that later on some of the surrounding properties. But this is the neighborhood that surrounds this property. You've got, you know, some masonry kind of single story, like the laundromat, the part of the church building with the school, the liquor stores on the prior slide, the station house. You've got like a 3-story building here, and then the directly next to us was the Sweet Ashley's, a couple of gas stations. That is by and large the loop. Oh, and this is down on Van Zant, just off of the site. And then if we go to, this is the Bremen Crown at the train station. This was pre-construction there, 3 stories. There's the one building post-construction, again, pre, and then post-construction next door. Now that was over 200 units at the train station. So that was 3 times or so the size of the proposed development here, and a larger project. But the architecture immediately surrounding us is, I would say, fairly bland in comparison to what's being proposed in this project. And so I think at this point, I'll let Colin step in and talk about the architecture, and then we'll talk some more. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Adam.
Colin,
yes.
just before you speak, I can't see the faces of the commissioners who are viewing this online, so that I want to alert them that if they have a question, you're simply going to have to ask the question. I can't recognize people who are raising their hands if I can't see them. And I don't want in any way to keep you from asking your questions and making your comments. With that, I'm sorry for interrupting.
No, not a problem. And I try to listen pretty well, so feel free to ask away. I'm open to any questions on the architecture. So Colin Groth here, Bynefield Architecture, senior associate. I've been with Bynefield Architecture for 17 years or so, and I've been a Norwalk resident since 2002. So thank you very much for having me, and I'm always excited to bring new efforts and ventures forth for Bynefield and the developers we work with here in town. So let me start sharing the screen. Make sure I get it right this time. Everybody got the screen?
Yep.
Yes. Okay. Wonderful. I forgot to hit the share a couple meetings ago and didn't come up. So you already know the project team, so I will go ahead and skip that. Kind of going through a brief, overview of the site. We already know where it's located, but this is the site in 1951, which is 72 years ago, and we can already see that it was substantially filled in more or less in what it is today. Shortly thereafter, in the 60s, it looks to have been filled and paved over. So this was almost 60 years ago when the site became an impervious surface, nearly 100%. Vince Hines from Redison Mead can speak to the the stormwater quality that's on the site and how we're improving that later on. But just an overview that this has been, basically shedding sheet flowing water and runoff straight into the mill pond for, going on 60 years. Didn't get much better in the 70s when at some point the bank was built. That was probably renovated at some point. This is 1985, 38 years ago. So still 40 years in the past. This is nearly a 100% impervious site with mostly surface parking, bringing water untreated directly into the mill pond. And then in 2019, it's still largely the same. This is the most current aerial that we have available to us, but you see the conditions haven't really changed significantly on the site. What you have noticed is, if I go back a couple of years, residential density in the neighborhood has really declined since the 50s. So you've gotten a lot less productive land uses, to Adam's point about the neighborhood surrounding the cemetery and in this area. So it's become much less walkable and just a different scale of development. And a lot of land has been turned over to surface parking, as you can see in this photo and the current photo today. So, that's one of the opportunities that I'll talk about later. The existing conditions, generally, it's pretty bad sidewalks. They're in rough shape. It's a very wide road, difficult to walk on. So it's not a comfortable place for pedestrians to try and traverse going east-west and getting around this portion of East Norwalk. And it's not conducive to pedestrian life or really quality of life, for that matter, if you're trying to walk from that Upper Gregory portion or even over by Stanley Street in that pocket neighborhood, just at the south terminus of Strawberry Hill there. You can't really get across this area very effectively to access some of the amenities in East Norwalk, like Sweet Ashley's, or even walk down to where Pastime in Overton's is. So we hope to be making a difference with those conditions with this project. The current bank is, again, just an asphalt sea of parking, single structure, set way back from the road, very auto-centric development, typical for the time. And the existing conditions at the southern end of the pond, the southern end of the site, where you can see the overgrown trees and invasives, as well as the lack of buffering from the mill pond edge, and the conditions that have facilitated runoff coming from like Fenwick Place, where you have sediment coming into the storm drain that's on this property, and that just gets fed directly into mill pond. Some key statistics about the development. Adam already highlighted it, but we've got 77 residents, 141 bedrooms, just under 3,000 square feet of small office space, just under 3,000 square feet of neighborhood retail. In those 77 residences are 7 workforce units. There's 23 surface spaces, a fairly decent portion of which are going to be pervious pavement, which helps with the stormwater infiltration. And Vince can answer any questions about that later. 79 of those spaces are covered in garage parking. And then we're also providing an additional 14 on-street parking spaces. So those spaces are not counted towards our total. We could have had more units. The zoning requirement for this proposal is a 1-to-1 ratio of parking spaces per unit. So we could be higher and we can park it, but we're not. So we're not going in at the max density, and we do not need the on-street parking spaces. Those are I'll discuss it more in a different section, but those are purely part of the public benefits that this project is providing. Our concept was a New England Village Center, looking at the precedent in the area, something that's constructed over time, articulated with simple pattern forms and materials that relate to the historical references that we researched and discussed with the peer reviewer. So then we went to our precedent locally. We looked at various structures up and down East Avenue and within the East Norwalk neighborhood. So these are just a collection of some of them. Then we went to some of our own work that we've done locally in Rowayton. So the hardware store, the bank, and the village center there. and then the Winthrop House, which we did several years ago. So those, we drew some inspiration from our local experience. And then just a little bit more further afar, this is the American Hotel in Sag Harbor, New York, the southern end of Guilford Town Green, which I felt had a nice amalgamation of buildings with these that had been attached and connected over time. So it really feels like a neighborhood that grew and evolved with the needs of the community and with the needs of this commercial strip. This is McLevy Hall in Bridgeport, which was some inspiration for what we've termed the Market Building. And then this is just another Italianate structure that I believe that one's located on 136 in Westport. The peer reviewer also was very open with his dialogue and sharing of precedent images. So we did get a substantial volume of images from him that we could use to reference some of our finer detailing. And we really tried to incorporate that. So these are just some of the images that he shared with us, various houses and details having to do with the dentals and the this area, like the corbels, as it were, that we tried to incorporate into the design. This also had to do with the addressing the hierarchy of windows in some of the buildings, so that really creating that multi layered facade that lends interest to the elevation and isn't just a flat repetitive piece of architecture. There's some other images that he shared with us to address the more parapet like structures, what I've termed the Three Sisters later on. So urban townhouses and freestanding townhouses, more examples of the corbels and the brackets on some of the roofs. And then a couple of these are from his report that he mentioned, Wacasset, Maine, and Newburyport, Massachusetts, which is on the top left. Both of those do tend to address the sloping street issue that we're dealing with at One Cemetery. So we felt those were very appropriate references to traditional New England towns dealing with the same condition. So our design resolution, we very simply vary the materials, different textures and colors of the roofing materials, several different roof pitch styles, multiple architectural styles, diverse window options, and mixed exterior finish types and colors. This is the materials board that we submitted. As you can see, we showing a variety of different shingle styles, not just in color, but also in texture. So the goal there to really bring out and differentiate each building, not just with massing, but also with the color and the texture of not only the siding, but the roofing as well. And different brick chosen for the two brick buildings, and then different colors lap siding for the other ones.
Colin, on the materials board, I had a question on
Yes.
if you look at the watercolor or the pictures, it's very vibrant.
Yes.
And it's very much more muted when you look at the materials board. I'm curious, like, how is this going to represent in reality? And Bob, I'd be curious your view on that too.
Yeah, I mean, anyone that's worked in printing or computer graphics or, with real world materials knows that it's very hard to convey the depth of actual materials with virtual means, especially when you're dealing with different monitors and different calibrations. So, we do the best that we can. And, I would say the best I can tell you is that these are actual products. We've called out names for reference, and that we can submit physical samples for them if needed. So, that in and of itself is usually something from a production run. So you would be able to see a physical representation of an actual sample, and that's really the best that we can do. We can't build the building to let you see what it looks like, but we can
Totally
submit those samples and do our best. And then the things like the watercolors and the renderings are done by people with much better color sense than myself, and they do the best they can to convey the spirit of those colors to the best of their ability. Many of them, the people we work with, are digital artists or artists in physical medium, such as the watercolor renderings, that have a really long depth of experience and are able to convey those effectively, we believe. So, but I hope that answers your question.
I think for now, thank you.
Okay, thank you, Nick. So after all of that,
Sorry,
Anna,
can you hear me?
yes, I
Yeah.
can.
So the people who did the watercolor renderings, were they given this material list
They were, yes,
to work from?
they
And
were.
that's what
Yep,
they think these are going to look like?
correct.
Okay.
Colin?
Yep.
If you went back to one of the colored renderings,
Yeah, I haven't gotten to those in my presentation yet. But
okay,
I can
all
skip,
right.
I can skip ahead.
What I wonder here, I don't have an answer for Mr. Cantor. I'm just, to some extent, the color, okay, so this is good. The color, the brick comes out, and I'm not sure about the yellow and the clapboard. To some extent, what you're getting is a contrast of trim and accent pieces versus the body color of each different element. And what you're seeing in the material board is really just the body colors, which tend to want to be more muted. You don't want a lot of vibrancy in big surfaces in general. So,
That's helpful, Bob. Thank you.
okay.
Thank you, Bob. Right. So where we ended up after that deliberation with the peer reviewer and the discussion of the materials and generating our renderings was this refined vernacular where we developed some distinct concepts for these buildings, which pointer again, the market, the Three Sisters, the mansion, the Italianate, and the Oyster Barn, which is a new one on the backside. I'll get to. So this is, we refer to as the market, which is seen as kind of the anchor building because it is at that juncture of Cemetery Street and Lower East Avenue, and it is visible as you do come off of Van Zant and are making that turn onto Cemetery Street. So it's a very prominent building. So that's out of masonry. Larger commercial scale windows seen as the anchor that really brings that corner together. The next is the Three Sisters, which are these parapeted style buildings. One of them has a prominent front porch in the style of the American Hotel in Sag Harbor, also out of brick. And then its flanking sisters are clapboard out of wood townhouse style buildings that would be urban infill. Maybe they would have been a shop or somebody's house at some time. But that was the concept there. Then we have the mansion, which was a gambrel style roof with these dormers. Perhaps it was a lodging house or a tavern at some time. You're just looking at this a little bit more ornate than its neighbors in different ways. Treating that differently, but giving it a commanding presence. And then we had this Italianate volume on the side that could have been a mercantile shop front with maybe some apartments above or something like that, because we did give it this shop front, traditional style shop front at the base there on the street. Looking back at the streetscape, excuse me. The colored version, you can see that we're really developing what is hopefully going to be a much better pedestrian circulation and a more engaging walk than what exists today with your view of the wide sea of parking. This is the view as you're coming down East Avenue. You can see that at the moment, most of the trees do screen the development. The market building is prominent from as you get further down East Avenue. But most of the rest of the project shouldn't really be able to be seen from this vantage point due to the obstructions in the cemetery and the mature foliage. Community benefits, we think there's quite a few. So besides there being a more active and engaging streetscape in terms of what's visually there, we're also providing about 630
Excuse me,
feet.
Colin, may
Yeah.
I interrupt you 1 second? I'm not the chairman here, but it's really difficult to hear up here with the private conversations that are going on. You have microphones everywhere and it's coming through the speakers up here, so please. Sorry, Colin.
No problem. You're talking about the public, not me, right?
Yes.
Okay. Was hoping you weren't talking about the voices in my head. Anyway, so the public benefits, we're looking at about 630 feet of improved sidewalk on the frontage of the site, new street trees, about 3,000 square feet or more of public courtyard, public waterfront access with accessible parking that's adjacent to the public route that's being provided through the site, the 14 new on-street parking, public parking stalls, there's a new bicycle lane, new crosswalks, reduced impervious surfaces, improved streetscape, flood compliant construction, improved neighborhood connectivity, and improved stormwater management. The redevelopment opportunities that we saw were to reinforce vital pedestrian connections, create new bicycle connections, increase public parking resources, provide proximate housing to transit and neighborhood amenities, and provide neighborhood scale office and retail uses. Jeff Speck, who actually has spoken in Norwalk before, he's a fellow civil planner. He has a book that he wrote several years ago called The Walkable City. His general theory of walkability is in order for a place to be walkable and good, you need to have a useful walk where most aspects of daily life are close at hand. This project is very proximate to many neighborhood amenities as well as transit. There's a brand, I believe the East Norwalk Library is down the street. There's restaurants in the area. There's other facilities. You can walk down to Veterans Park and the East Norwalk district. That's that beachy area where Not Norm's and Mr. Frosty's is. So you have lots of things that are within a short walk from this location. It needs to be safe. So the street should be designed for pedestrians, not only to be safe, but to feel safe. We feel like we've achieved that with the on-street parking and the bicycle lane and the road diet that's being proposed. It should also be comfortable. The buildings and landscape should shape the streets into outdoor rooms. We feel we've achieved that with the varied composition of the buildings, framing the public realm with the on-street parking, the bike lane, the street trees, and the plantings up against our building. And then it should also be interesting. Again, the sidewalks are lined by unique buildings that have friendly faces and signs of humanity. We have doorways that open up out onto the street. There's the porch on the American Hotel building. There's the Mercantile building. There's a small business, business space in the building B, which is the discrete building at the eastern end of the site. So all of these things kind of come together to make a cohesive neighborhood and really strengthen that east-west connection at the southern end of the green. We look at just,
Collins.
yep. Who's speaking?
Hi, this is Jacqueline Jordan Byron.
Oh, hi, how are you?
Fine, thank you. I do have a question. Can you go
Sure.
back to the artist rendering, please? Thank you.
Yep.
The building that's situated on the far right that you were calling the Oyster Barn?
No, I haven't gotten to that one yet. I've got the, sorry, you probably can't see that. I've got the, this is the Market, Three Sisters. This is the Mansion. This is the Italianate. This is Building B. And then the Oyster Barn is actually in back, and we haven't gotten there yet.
Okay, yeah, that's the one that I had a question about. So is that for retail space or residential space?
Which one?
The Oyster Barn.
The Market?
The Oyster Barn?
I
or
haven't got,
any other building?
I haven't shown that building yet, so I don't know how you could have a question on it.
Colin, if you could just indicate which. Colin, if you could just to address your question.
The retail is right here, is the first floor of the Market building,
Okay,
where it fronts on
Market
East Avenue and Cemetery Street, sorry. So, and then it fronts on three sides to public space. So it's on the north facade is on Cemetery Street, the western facade is on Southern East Avenue, and then the western facade is on Southern East Avenue, and then the southern facade abuts the public plaza that we're creating as part of the project.
so will this building have additional parking space for customers?
There are going to be 14 public parking spaces that are being created on the street, and I don't know how I don't know what the parking management plan is from the ownership. But it is a mixed use development and there are parking overlap credits that are given. So
Yeah, there'll be surface spaces available in the main lot for the retail use as well. And in a few minutes, we can kind of go through the parking layout.
Okay, and then last question.
Mhm.
How will that be served by the one-way street going around Cemetery?
well, at that location, East Avenue is a two-way street. And you could pull on to Lower East Avenue and access that retail space from street parking on East Avenue. Or you could park in one of the spaces on Cemetery Street, or you could pull into the development and park in one of the surface spaces that the developer has available.
One lane. One lane.
Please hold your comments until we call on you to speak.
Thank you.
I mean, I shop just like everybody else. When I go to Westport, I'm able to find parking. So, or, you know, any other place, I find parking where it's available. So. Just an overview of the proposed changes in the street, and the traffic engineer can talk a little bit more specifically to this, but graphically, you're looking at what's currently a very wide, non-hospitable condition for pedestrians and bicyclists to use. Also, something that can be a little bit dangerous for motorists, where they crisscross and weave to get in different directions. This is what that would look like. The city has actually had a plan where they're trying to get a 5-foot sidewalk on the inside loop of Cemetery to make the cemetery more accessible to anybody that wishes to go see the historic sites there, or look at the gravestones, or even just to transit around the green on the inside, because pedestrians just walk where pedestrians want to walk, and creating another route for them to use is beneficial. There's a wide buffer shoulder there, which does help with the passage of emergency vehicles should there be somebody illegally double parked, or you know, just some cars that need to move over. There is space for that. There's also a buffer from the bike lane so that it's buffered from the on-street parking. There's the on-street parking, and then there's a relatively wide sidewalk zone with a tree zone, walking zone, and planted zone up against the building. It's a very simplistic diagram, but I think it conveys the differences in what's going on in the street.
So just for clarity, I just
Yep.
want to just understand this, and also for the listening audience to understand as well. Will Cemetery Street be 2 lanes or 1 lane?
2 lanes or 1 lane. Well, what we landed on with the in discussions with the city and with the Connecticut DOT was a 1 lane approach at the moment, but the project can happen, I believe, without that. You just don't get any of the benefits of the pedestrian connectivity, the buffering from high-speed traffic, the bike lane connections, or the internal sidewalks. So
Colin, I'm
It's,
sorry, could you repeat your answer when everybody quiets down so we can hear you?
sure.
Thank you.
I would just say that I believe the project can happen without it, without the single lane, but you lose all of the public amenities. One of the main purposes of creating a more walkable neighborhood is to increase the pedestrian realm and increase the vitality of the neighborhood.
So when you say all the amenities, are you referring to the sidewalk and the bike lane?
I'm referring to the public infrastructure that's being provided. Yeah, the increased sidewalk widths, the street trees, the pedestrian scale lighting, the on-street parking, the bike lane, the internal loop of the sidewalk. I view all of those as amenities as a person that lives and recreates in the city. So I mean, those are not part of the resident package. You know, you don't need your key to access those. That's, you walk out your door and you're in part of Norwalk, which has
Colin?
been improved. Yes.
I was gonna say, perhaps it would make it clearer if at some point you talk, and this is not something that I was a part of, but what is under your control and what isn't under your control relative to the street configuration. I think what you're trying to say is that everything in that 12-foot zone adjacent to the building will happen regardless of whether stuff happens to the relaning of traffic, I think.
Yeah, thank you, Bob. I think that's a pretty succinct way to say it. What we did when we developed this concept and worked with the city and the state was we essentially held the existing curb line. So the curb line on Cemetery is not changing for this development. That's the interior line of our sidewalk here. So that's where the on-street parking is coming from. So there's nothing on this side is happening because of what's on the other side. This is all stuff that can be reconfigured and we can probably work with. So
And Colin, let me just interrupt for a second. So you will be hearing from the civil engineer and the traffic engineer on the roadway layout and some of that infrastructure in a few minutes. And so I think if you probably bear with us and let us Colin get through the architecture, we can talk more about roads and traffic.
Yeah, so this is kind of moving on from there, but still showing the same view. You know, this is the vision of, what we hope this will look like in some fashion once the trees mature and things get completed, is that you have this engaging streetscape that steps down the hill, plantings at the islands and the curb extensions, this retail building that anchors the corner, and just a place that's much more hospitable and beneficial to the neighborhood connections. Looking at the public courtyard, this is a view across East Avenue, kind of just to the south of where Sweet Ashley's is. Into the public courtyard. So this area closest to us is the public portion. It's about 2,500 feet. There's some additional public space as it goes down this alley to the grand staircase down to the circulation through the rest of the site, and then back out to East Avenue around the building. This is the watercolor rendering of that.
Colin,
Yes.
going back to that picture that you just had up, is that pedestrian plaza accessible? Does it have a ramp there?
Anna. Okay.
I see those stairs. Yeah.
Yeah, there is an at-grade connection closest to the building. The sidewalk does decline a little bit as it goes further south. So there would be a few steps on that, at that portion, but there is an on-grade connection closest to the building.
Okay, and then the grand staircase, or the way that you get access to the public landing, is there an accessible route to that for wheelchair users or strollers?
There is, yes. If you come into the site off of Cemetery Street further to the east, there's at grade there, and then there's also an accessible parking space that's immediately adjacent to the walkway that brings you down to that area where the rain gardens are, which you'll see later in the site plan.
Yeah, and we've got some renderings that you can see that shortly.
Thank you so much.
Yep. So this is the watercolor of this to get you the spirit of that in a more artistic fashion. The view from the pond. This is what we see that looking like. The spirit of the this is the building that I was referring to as the Oyster Barn. Looking at a gambrel roof on that with a double dormer treatment to really bring the scale down. Sitting on a base of stone. With openings beneath it, so something that looks like it was part of the water and really, a larger structure that was part of water dependent uses at one time. This is a digital rendering of the same view, which looks considerably like the watercolor, the same angle, because we based these off of an actual photo that was taken. And then this is a watercolor rendition with the foliage that currently exists, that if the city chooses not to move forward, will obscure most of the building during the year. In terms of the scale of Cemetery Street, this just indicates What we're talking about, it's roughly a 300-foot block for the main building, broken up into smaller volumes, the market being the smallest at about 40 feet, Three Sisters being about 86 feet, Mansion being 62, and the Italianate being about 75 feet in width for their frontage. So not particularly massive individually, but it is a long block, but it is also an uninterrupted block by curb cuts. So there's only one curb cut for the site, which does reduce conflict points for motor vehicles and pedestrians. So it is a little bit safer than the existing condition for cyclists that are riding down Cemetery Street, for people pushing strollers, fewer places for vehicles to pull in and out of. So a little bit more predictable in that nature. Into the plans. This is the first floor plan. Shown, got some EV spaces in the middle, a bike room, loading area, and trash happens at the back of the site. So the loading for residents comes in off, sorry, I don't have my pointer on, comes in off of Cemetery Street into the site, and then there's a loading space here. They can also service the trash right there. So there's a good proximate adjacency from the trash room to the loading space, so the garbage truck can come in, service the trash, and get back out of the site. This is where the public parking is that you were asking about, Anna. So there's a handicap parking stall right there adjacent to the sidewalk that comes into the parking lot, and then you can circulate in and back to the public loop that's back there, and then back to the vehicle. Or you can come in off the street, use a little crossing there, and then come down. That's represented a little bit better on the landscape plan. There's also the office space is over here. So got accessible parking proximate to the office space and the residences that are there, and then accessible parking that's proximate to what would be the leasing and the resident amenity there. So that's available. And then there is accessible parking under the building as well. This is the first floor, so you can see the retail tenant space is right here, fronting on Cemetery. You've got direct visual representation there as you're coming down East Avenue. You've got four on-street parking spaces that are proximate to what would be an entry off of East Avenue, and then you can open up out onto the pedestrian plaza as well. We did also create a pedestrian throughway on the back side of that actually cuts through the building. So if you start walking down Cemetery Street, you can take a right or a left if you're coming up it, and go through the building to the pedestrian courtyard. And then you can see most of the parking is concealed from public view by being located behind the building.
Did you say that you can create that walkway, or that's?
No, that's part of the plan.
The plan. Okay,
That's
great.
part of the
Thank
plan
you.
that's currently proposed.
And
So
I have a question, Colin, Mike Mushak here.
Yep.
There was reference in some of the material, I don't know exactly where it was, but about signage that would say public access. Is that someone else, or can you touch on that? Because I imagine, would that be at the passage as well as on the, obviously on East Avenue? Do you know anything about that?
I know about the signage and that it's required. It's usually not usually part of our proposals, but it would comply with the regulations and would be submitted at the time that they go to sign it. Adam or Matt can speak to when that would come.
Yeah, and it would, Mr. Mushak, that would, I believe that would be, well, I'm certain that will be a condition of approval, that there be adequate signage as approved by staff. And I expect that's in the draft motion present.
Right. Okay, thanks.
No problem. So going to the elevations, again, we've got the market building, the Three Sisters, the mansion, and the Italianate. I briefly described their heights. They're connected with these recesses, which are just meant to recede and show that connection, similar to what I showed at the Guilford southern end of the Guilford Green. And then you come around the side. This is as you view it from the east. As you pull into the site, so the side of the Italianate, and then it steps back to this main volume here, and then we've got the oyster barn with the gambrel roof and the two dormers off the back sitting on the stone base, where there's a little bit of a private resident area that's elevated from the surrounding landscape underneath the building. On the backside, we've got, this is the side elevation of the oyster barn that we just saw from the rendering. You can see the double dormers that face out towards the mill pond. And then this is the market building. This is your western elevation facing west. Sorry, looking east, but the building's facing west. So that's the view on East Avenue. And then you can see the approximate scale of the adjacent houses as the East Avenue starts to slope downwards. And then this line represents the drop in the parking lot of this adjacent business where the parking slopes fairly severely. And then this is building B. Pushing it to maximize the required 2.5 stories in height. So it's got a relatively generous floor to floors, which is good for the business use and creates some pretty decent ceiling and volume of spaces for the 3 residences that are in that building. I believe that pretty much concludes the presentation. This is our artist rendering looking back up East Avenue again, and that's the end of my presentation. So I can turn it back over to Adam or answer any additional questions.
I have another question, Mike Mushak here.
Yes, Mike.
Can you go back to the elevation sheet, just the prior to this one? Or- no, it was
this
the
one?
end of, yeah. The elevations, I just want to make sure I understand what the average height is along Cemetery Street, because if you look at these drawings, some of the dimensions are drawn, some of the elevations, the heights are
Yep.
drawn from the basement level, which was a little confusing to me. Like if you go down to the lower right, it says 50 feet. And I realized that was dealing with going down, it was starting down below at basement level. So anyway, I just want to make it clear to, I guess, to everyone else in the public, the average height out on, that you would see from Cemetery Street is probably the most important dimension that,
Yeah, so the zoning calculates height in 2 different ways for stories and for height. So the height is measured from the average grade, which was calculated by the civil engineer by taking various points around the building and then doing a weighted average. And we took that grade, plugged it into the model, which is right here. So that is about approximately 15 foot, 10.5 inches. And then we take our grades for height off of that, which is to the midpoint of the pitch grooves, and then the top of the flat roofs, which is why you see differing heights as it slopes down. And then stories is calculated at the street facade. So that's why there are two different heights there.
So in general, let's pick a midpoint right there by the mansion and the Three Sisters, I guess. I'm getting used to these names. Right in the middle, what would be the height from the sidewalk there? Just so we can kind of maybe get a frame of reference with surrounding buildings later on.
Yeah, you picked a good one. So because that's almost where the sidewalk should correspond with the average grade. So that's 40.4 feet, I believe.
Okay. Well, I'll ask the question later because I'm curious what the height of the other buildings that's on the other side of the cemetery are. The Marvin Homes, I believe, or what is that called? The Ludlow.
Ludlow Manor.
Yeah, the former school.
Yeah.
That anyway, that's over there on the other side of the cemetery. It's really quite close to this.
Yeah.
And I was just curious what the comparison would be, but I think somebody might be presenting that later. I just wanted to get a clear idea of what the height would be right there, so that I think it's helpful to everyone to have that information in their head.
Yeah, so it does. Again, it's like the biggest thing we're dealing with, and that was really bears out in the images that Bob provided us from Wacasset and it was at Newburyport. So these 2 top images really show how other traditional New England towns addressed that that sloping streetscape. And you do have, you know, you're looking at these buildings up here, which appear small and a little bit more diminutive to the more major building on the street corner, as it were here. And that's, you know, grown in height. It responds generally to the roof line of the buildings that are higher up the hill, but it does grow as it slopes down and creates a very prominent structure that anchors that end of the building. And then this is a little bit of a different treatment where it's a slightly smaller building than they step up, but both are, I think, are valid approaches. We just chose this one.
Yeah, okay, thanks, that's good, thanks.
Okay.
Colin, is that the end of the design conversation?
Unless you have more questions.
Well, no, if you're finished, I'm going to ask Bob, who was hired by the Planning and Zoning Commission to review the design, to give a few comments.
Chairman.
Absolutely. I'm glad to turn it over. Thank you.
Adam?
Yeah, I one question, and obviously it's up to you how you want to handle it. I believe that Bob also reviewed the landscape architecture, and we do have the landscape architect planning on going next, but we'll do it however you prefer.
No, that's that would be fine. Let's have your landscape architect speak.
Okay, and I know
then I'll invite Bob to speak.
Sure, and I know that I'm sure that many there have in the audience want to hear a lot about Cemetery Street and the streets, and we are definitely going to be dealing with that in depth in the near future. We're just trying to work through an order. So with that, Mike, you want to talk a little bit about the landscaping?
Sure. I'm gonna share my screen. Let's go here. So good evening, everyone. Mike Mitchell, I'm a landscape architect with Eckerson Design Associates. I've been there for just over 6 years now, and our office is in South Norwalk. So I used to be a South Norwalk resident, and I actually used to bike through this area quite a bit when I lived down here. And some of the things that, I'm going to talk about in my presentation, I think are great improvements to this area. I used to bike quite a bit, from South Norwalk over towards Southport. And, one of the cruxes of that bike ride is actually coming down Cemetery Street and merging with this traffic. So I think, the addition of the road diet and the bike lane is a huge improvement for people who are looking to not only go through this area, but, further on for bike rides. So I'm going to walk you guys through from the northwest corner of Cemetery and East Avenue, and work my way around the site, and winding up back of this public courtyard. And once I finish on that, I'll show some of the 3D images and describe those in a little bit more detail. So as we're looking at the building corner at the intersection of Cemetery and East Avenue, I think one of the important things to note is that the overall width from where you see these steps and staircases coming out of the building, you've got 8 feet from the face of the curb to where these steps come up to the building. So there's a clearly demarcated, 5-foot continuous walkway that fronts the building and a 3-foot amenity zone. And inside that amenity zone, we've got trees and planters, some specialty paving, and also some lights that are prescribed in that zone, as well as some trash and recycling and some bike racks that are positioned within that 3-foot zone. So on this northwest corner, we've got some planting area. So this is that also 8-foot depth. And I think what's important to note that Colin brought up earlier is that the curb line that's existing now, and follow my cursor, that's the same curb line that's going to be there as part of this proposal. So really the only change at this corner is this bump out to provide a planting area and some pedestrian seating, some benches that are integrated into this northwest corner to buffer it from Cemetery Street, which is, like Colin mentioned, nicking the street down to a 1-lane road. So, you got your 1-lane road, bike lane that's continuous through, 10 parallel parking spaces which front the building, which, like I mentioned, this is the existing curb line. This doesn't change. Really, it's the dimensionality from the curb line to the face of the building, that 3-foot plus the 5-foot continuous. Where there's egress into the building and steps and stairs, there's opportunities for integrated planting and walls and some integrated seating as you work your way down the hill. That holds true all the way through. until you get to the corner where there's proposed crossing over to the Cemetery Street side. Also some necked out, bumped out planting, which reduces the crossing width for pedestrians, which I think is important too. With the existing curb line here, reducing that by 8 feet, and on the Cemetery Street side, now we're left with a crossing that you're really only traversing one lane of traffic. So as you work your way around and cross the entrance and egress out of the site, this is your entrance in, entrance out. As you cross and go down and make the turn towards Gregory, the sidewalk becomes a detached condition. So that 5-foot sidewalk, instead of being at the back of the curb now, continues through, and we now have a planted area between the back of the curb and this proposed sidewalk. So as it changes, from a more sort of urban condition to suburban condition, this becomes a great opportunity for continuous planting trees and shrubs along Gregory Boulevard. As you work your way internally, like Colin said, this is sort of the amenity building for the, and this is the way you get from Cemetery Street if you're going to access internally to the rear of the site, which would be public access. So this is all on grade, accessible route. You can see here, this is the route that you would go, and as Colin mentioned, these are the public parking spaces that are dedicated with the striping and the handicap stall here. One thing to note too is that, as this access is provided back here, we've obviously got some sidewalks that are shown here, but we've also sort of gestured in some, connections for potential future improvements, and one of which would be to a potential boardwalk sort of overlook that would be future development by the city. But we think it's important that to show that as an opportunity.
Mike, let me just stop you for 1 minute.
Sure.
So the where the boardwalk comes down on our property, all of that will be built with this development fronting up on Mill Pond.
Correct.
As part of this development application, we have proposed to provide the city with an easement so that that they can actually access and maintain that parcel. We've proposed that there'll be an easement for public access through our site and to access the city site. And the city is applying for a grant to help fund the improvements on the city property, which we've assisted in. And we've agreed as a condition of approval that we would contribute an additional $25,000 on top of all of the other work towards improvements to be made on the city parcel.
Thanks, Adam.
Sure.
So, one thing to note too, and I think, the civil will get into, Vince will get into a little bit of the drainage strategy and, the reduction in impervious surfaces. But one thing that's important to note is the integration of these rain gardens, which are rain garden, pollinator garden, and rain garden down here. So part of the strategy is that, the impermeability of this site would be greatly improved. Sedimentation control, currently just the water that falls on the site and falls on the asphalt parking lot goes into a couple catch basins, and you can see them down here. So really all the sediment that falls on the current property just goes right into Mill Pond. So really what you're creating right now is a condition where it's uncontrolled. And so what our drainage strategy proposes is to, in short, this entire public parking area is a porous paving. So basically it integrates the rain and stormwater through the paving profile, as well as the roof drainage, and basically incorporates that into our drainage strategy to reduce sedimentation and pollutant control. Like I said, Vince will get in a little bit more detail about that, but I think that's really important to note that there's currently it's unmaintained, and this would be a vast improvement for wildlife habitat to control and slow down that stormwater that currently enters Mill Pond uninterrupted. So working our way back up the site, Colin mentioned we've got this grand staircase. So this is the access going back up. This is a series of steps and landings, and you get to the top of this, and there's we'll call it like a paseo or passage, which is the public access coming up of East Avenue. and working your way back up to the public courtyard, and then the private courtyard, which is for the residents, which has gates and a sort of, you know, artful decorative fence that separates the private amenity courtyard from the public courtyard. I think Colin showed this slide previously, but this is the East Avenue side of this public courtyard. You know, it's envisioned as a very passive sort of space, lots of seating, you know, 2 tiers, shade trees behind. And, you know, one thing that's important to note with this too, this is all over structure. So this is built up from, and what's beneath here is parking. So this whole area is built up on top of the parking garage. So, you know, to get these shade trees in here, we're actually building up. I mean, it has a depth that's below the surface of this paving that goes down deeper than that. So we're able to get planting pockets in here and depth of soil that's important to grow these trees to a mature size that's important for shading this area. You can see we've got a lawn now and a couple other, you know, integrated seating benches. So it's a really sort of passive place, but you know, one thing that's important to note too is lighting. So as you work your way down East Avenue and you know you want to go down to the public access, it's important that there's some lighting there so that you know, besides signage telling you that this is a place, you know, to go and traverse the site.
And how many people can sit there? How many public seats are we talking about? I understand that it's a bench, but
yeah, it's sort of hard to quantify because it's a double sort of tier system. You'll kind of find these in pretty urban conditions where, you know, people will sit up top and on the edges. So it's kind of hard to say because people lay down. You know, generally there's, I mean, I couldn't quantify it off the top of my head for you, but there's a number of seats here, especially if you look at this whole frontage from, you know, you've got 1, 2, 3, 4 sides plus a secondary tier, as well as this wall here is also a seat wall height. So, you know, this also acts as seating as well through this plaza.
If I could interject here from my calculation in the review, what they count is linear feet of seating area. So whether a linear foot is a seat or not, you can decide depending on your berth. But I counted 81 linear feet of seating.
Okay. Any other questions? Okay, so this is more of a bird's eye view looking down into this public space. And like I said, this is the fencing, sort of, you know, ornate decorative fencing that separates the, you know, public access in this passageway between the buildings from a resident courtyard, you know, some pergola and shading for the residents. And, you know, really it's just some opportunities for some, you know, lounge seating and tables underneath these. And you'll see a little bit more of that in the next slide. You know, we showed this as, you know, an opportunity, you know, potentially for residents to have a movie night on good weather events, you know, fairly infrequently, but sort of a setup similar to this public courtyard. It's a tiered sort of seating with some lawn, you know, with views directed back towards the building. Just for adjacency purposes, you can see, you know, obviously this grade is higher. The next door neighbor is the realtor, and you can see their parking lot down here with some trees that separate this development from the neighboring property. Similar view, but you can see now this is this sort of decorative fence, and you know, relative to building heights and the trees that are going to be provided along the backside of this development and the steps. So, like Colin mentioned before, this is the accessible way to get around here, where as the grade falls off, you need some steps to get from this level down.
Mike, I have a question. Mike Mushak here.
Sure.
You can just confirm that you can walk or push a stroller, I guess, through ADA access up the right where the woman is sitting in that photo on the left, up that ramp, and then make a right and then go across out to there. Yes, and then go straight out. But there won't be an ADA access down at the end. It's just steps at that point, right? But that's all public access.
That's correct.
And
yes,
so the public, you would literally be able to walk. Oh, that's good, helpful to have the plan.
Yeah.
So you'd be able to walk around, go down to the overlook. All of that's public. The pollinator garden is public, correct?
Correct.
So all of that is public. You can literally walk around the entire back of the building
Everywhere, yeah.
with free access as for the public.
That's correct. Yeah.
I just want to
really-
confirm that so people understand where the public and private spaces are delineated. So the
Correct.
courtyard area is shown there as that's the private area.
Correct. So you can see really it's from the corner of this building to the corner
Right.
over here.
Got it.
Everything else is public access. So really the distinguishing factor is, how you get there. Is it on grade or are you going down steps? If you're going to the back of the building to access, public access points on the, which are fronting Mill Pond.
And then and ADA access to the overlook would be from the east side of the building, correct?
That's correct.
All right, and I have another question about shadow and shade on the north facade. Have you looked at the tree species or what might survive? And because that would be in shadow part of the year, obviously.
That's correct. Yeah.
Can you just describe maybe the sun angles? And I know it would come up in the east and in the west, it would set and it would shine across the front of the building. It wouldn't be in shadow all day. But just address the shading. I guess it's no different than any other building in the city that has that exposure, like on Wall Street or Washington Street. But in terms of just the impact on, like, would the shadows ever go across the street to the cemetery at any time of year that you're aware of? Have you looked at that?
We have not looked at that, but from the way that the sun is coming up, obviously rising in the east, which is to my right, and setting in the west. Really, the shadow from these trees, if there is going to be one, it's not going to get much past like the middle of this road, right? Just because of the sun angle. And
Well, I meant the shadow from the building, not the tree. Yeah, obviously the trees, but I mean the building
speak to the
facade in
building
terms
shadow.
of in terms of the impact on the street, the shadow.
Yeah, I can't speak to that aspect of the building.
Okay. Thank you.
Sure. So just one view looking internally at the private courtyard, tiered seating with steps, planting, and the fence, going around with the lights that are back behind, which is part of the public access. Internally, another view, another access point out for residents, and a simple short of shade structure, very passive lounge areas, defined by some internal dividers. Once again, one more view looking as a bird's eye, resident courtyard, public access point, steps coming down to public access. And, we've obviously gestured in what we thought was, the sort of first kind of artistic look at, what could be an opportunity to access this northernmost point of Mill Pond. And I think Colin already showed this one. This is, obviously you can back up Mill Pond and kind of view towards the backside of the building with sort of this foliage kind of semi-transparent, so you can get a little view of, overall what the height would be relative to the existing trees that are there.
Mr. Mitchell, I wonder if you can show with the cursor that you have the area that belongs to the city next to this project.
It's essentially everything out here.
So I wonder, this is a question for you or possibly for Attorney Blank. Has there been any coordination with the city towards possibly developing and or improving that area at the same time as your project is going on?
Yeah, well, there's I don't think we've gotten as far as the timing. I mean, we're hoping to have an approval first, and we're happy to coordinate with the city on timing. We have exchanged drafts of potential easement and an easement that would allow the city for construction and maintenance and us to cooperate in that regard. And in any way that we can coordinate it, we're more than happy to do that. And one thing that this doesn't directly answer your question, but while we're sort of talking about it, we are going to go through in a little while about the amenity point classifications and the and how we come to build this project. But just to bear in mind that, you know, on a site plan approval, there is no public access, there is no easement, there is no access to the city's parcel through our property. There are no public parking spaces, there are no off-site sidewalks, there are no off-site crosswalks. All of that becomes irrelevant because it's not a condition for a site plan approval of 43 units if it was to be multifamily or of some other commercial use. And so the special permit process and the point schedule that you guys have created in this zone really gives you a lot of benefits that would not otherwise be available. And also with respect to the city parcel, there would be, I will say that, again, we'll do everything we can to cooperate and assist the city in getting through their approvals and getting that constructed. But there is going to be like a land use approval process for work that would be done on the city parcel. So I don't know how quickly the city will move through that.
That was the point of my question to you, was to ask you if you've attempted to coordinate that, because it would seem to me that improvement is an important part of this project, and it would really be nice if it could be done at the same time. But that's all I'm going to say.
Okay. Yeah, we're open to it, but thank you.
Okay, if there's no other questions, I think it goes back to Adam to talk about some of the amenity points, I believe.
Okay, so well, then I think that the chair wanted to hear from the peer reviewer.
Oh, that's right. Yeah.
Yeah. Bob from Luke's consulting engineers. Bob, we're all interested, number one, in hearing what you have to say, but we're also interested in, although we know there are other steps to go through, to hearing from the public. So I'd ask you to go through the most important and salient points of your review as expeditious a way as you can.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I could probably reserve my time for all of your questions. I think that some of the extracts from the report were summed up in some ways. This is, let me just back up. You know, from previous reports and from this report and the table of contents, doing one of these reports is inherently a process of checking what is the requirement, did they do what was required? And when you do that, it's very dry. But what comes out from that is overall, this project does very carefully reflect what the design guidelines, the zoning and the design guidelines envisioned for this neighborhood, which is a denser neighborhood than existing, though not ridiculously so. 3.5 stories versus 1.5 to 2.5 is bigger, but it's not huge. It's very, very comparable to a lot of the examples that were shown in the guidelines. So that I think the building, the project does that very well. As the rendering showed from East Avenue looking south, you really don't see, you would expect to see something like this much more than you do, because the cemetery does tend to obstruct the sight lines so that it doesn't have a tremendous impact. In fact, one could argue that you would want more of an impact to unify the area. But in any case, the review certainly says that this is a project that's well worth doing. That was not without reservations. I believe I had 18 or 19 things that, as with a lot of projects, they don't have all of the information. As a small, and everything is a small example in some ways. The landscape architect talking about the width of the sidewalks. nowhere in the documentation does it say what the width of the sidewalks are. So it's adding things like that. Some of them are very small, some of them are bigger. There's no, yes, right, that's 5, but it's not 5 at the street. There's nothing that says it's a 5-foot sidewalk at the street, where it has to be. But you said it is, and I believe you do. It is. The bigger things, light levels on every project that we've had, you want to see what the light levels are on all the public walkways, the street sidewalks, and if these are going to be public ways into the project, you want to see that. That's a doable, but it wasn't submitted. So overall, I think the project is very good, but there are some things that need to be submitted to make it complete. Signage, as an example, Attorney Blank mentioned that you would not normally have the signage designed, but you would normally show, we want a sign this big in this location, and it's integrated with the architecture. It's not an add-on. So there are things to be done. But Chairman and Commissioners, I'd much rather answer your questions.
And Mike, can you stop your share for a minute?
Are there questions for Bob on his review?
I had more questions related to, I guess, the applicant's response to some of Bob's comments, especially around the amenity points and what's in, what's out. It sounds like Attorney Blank was going to hit that as a separate thing.
We can hit actually some of it right now. If Matt, if you can share the screen.
Well, before we do that, let's just see if there are any other questions from commissioners not related to that. All right, if not, let's go to it.
Yeah, so first let me just and I'm going to just say refer to you as Bob because I'm going to butcher your last name and so I apologize. But as Bob mentioned, that he had a few sort of issues or concerns where it wasn't clear, and so we've listed for you here all of the things that he raised, like provide a lot coverage diagram, which we have no issue doing as a condition of the permit. And essentially every one of his suggestions, we've either said it will be a condition of the permit, or like the signage plan is always done as a separate application. But there's nothing on his list that we've said that we won't do or can't do or is wrong. We've said that we're fine with all of it. With respect to the amenity points and calculations, let me just, the regulation has I think a somewhat complicated scoring system, and you get, so it's there's different tiers of points, so we're looking for 20 points, and then but there are different categories for points. So 13 points have to be in the sustainable category, and then 7 additional points would take us to 20 points. If 20 points are achieved, your height goes from 2.5 stories, which again is not really, it is a maximum, but it's also the minimum in the zone. But you go from 2.5 to 3.5 stories with the height 35 feet to 45. So it's only 10 additional feet in height. And the dwelling unit density drops in half from 1650 to 825, and we're not looking to max that out with this application, but that's how the point system works, and in a lot of ways it's nice because it takes a lot of the subjectivity out of it, and it creates some objective criteria for an applicant to understand what they have to do in order to be entitled to the additional density or the additional height. And you've set forth preferences in the point schedule for what those points are worth and what you have to do. So in looking at the compliance, I think it meets the TOD guidelines. The amenities have to be identified at the facility, and there needs to be a covenant on the land record for the various amenities, which again, we have no issue doing. The amenities themselves, there's infrastructure. So on the infrastructure amenities, and this is in part, this responds to what Bob had in his review, but you'll see that we've got the outdoor pedestrians plaza, which allows for 7 points based on the square footage of the plaza and the public access way, which we've increased the linear footage to get that 7 points. The shaded public seating, which we've agreed to, of course, shade the seating, which provides for 3 points. Powered seating, which we've agreed to provide, is 1 point. Public art, which would subsequently need to be approved as a condition by the Arts Commission, which would happen prior to us getting a certificate of zoning compliance, is 2 points. So that's 16 points, and which you'll see in a minute of infrastructure points, which we don't need even really any of those, but so that's 16 points there. On the sustainability point.
Before you go to the sustainability, I'm sorry, can we ask a question about the
Certainly.
infrastructure ones? Okay, so the first one, the outdoor pedestrian plaza, didn't our friend Bob's review say that was 4 points, not 7?
I think Bob had 4 points. And unless you added 3 linear feet, I think we'll do that, which would be 5 under his review. We had it as 7. I guess your staff or you can make a determination as to whether it's 5 points or 7 on that.
My reading of the regulation said you only get credit for square footage that has seating with it, a certain amount of seating with it. I think it's 1 linear foot for every 30 square feet or something like that. I forget the exact wording. So if they're going to add some linear footage, they can probably get another point, but I don't think they're going to add enough to get 7 points.
Yeah, so that would be the 5. It would be 5 with the 3 additional feet under Bob's reading.
Could I just interrupt you for a second, Attorney? Just because I really did not say this, and I think it's important. That entire public realm to the south, the paths through the site, the paths down onto the city land, that is going to be, value judgment, a wonderful, wonderful amenity. The pollinator garden integrated with rain gardens. That's just going to be something that is going to be so enjoyable 3 seasons of the year. I'm not sure winter, but it's something that it probably hard to illustrate and hard to imagine. But as a perennial gardener, I said, boy, that thing is going to be really, really nice.
Thank you. So, and on the infrastructure points, which I did mention previously, we've agreed to add a floor junction box, free Wi-Fi for the public, and a water filling station, all of which are a point for the amenities. So under the reduced number, that would be 14, not 16, based on the discussion that we've had. On the sustainability, 13 is required. We're providing a rain garden. We're providing an integrated rain garden with the building drainage and public art. We're providing the pollinator habitat. We're providing rooftop solar. We're providing the porous pavement, as you already heard, in the parking area. We're providing public waterfront access. All of those total 20 points there. And then on the next screen.
1 second. I'm
Sure.
sorry. So I know you're not asking for points for LEED Silver eligibility, but I'm curious if you know how close you are to that, or what part of those requirements were not able to be done.
I don't. I will leave it.
I can answer that quick. If LEED's a substantial undertaking in terms of paperwork and analysis for a project, and to be able to do that effectively, you really need to know going into the project that you're going to be seeking LEED. So it's not something that we were directed to do from the get-go. So we don't have a handle on that. But I could tell you just heuristically that based on the project's location being a brownfield infill development adjacent to transit, you do have quite a few credits that are just going to be available based on the adjacencies from the few projects that I've been involved with that are LEED certified. So you do get good credit for that. The rest of it is a lot of paperwork and tracking of materials and things like that. So I imagine we could achieve some version of LEED, but you know, at this point in the project, if you don't know going into it that you're going to do it, it is a heavy lift for the design team to determine those points at this stage in the project.
Thank you.
Adam, do you know what percentage of the building will be run on the solar panels roughly?
Yeah, so I'll let Matt, you want to
Sure.
just speak to it?
Yeah, so we've consulted with some solar experts and shared our roof plan and the areas that are dedicated to solar with them. And they've estimated that we can generate about 75,000 kilowatt hours per year of electricity from the system we're proposing, and estimating the common area usage or demand from this building using comparable buildings that we operate in the area. It's probably going to be somewhere in the 50% range of the common area that we would generate from the solar panels.
Gotcha.
This is Jacqueline Jordan Byron speaking. Can you tell me the type of lighting you will be using in the parking lot as well as around the buildings itself?
It's all LED. And if you need more specifics than that, I think Mike Mitchell can give it to you if you want more detail.
Yes, please.
I'm sorry, can you ask that question again?
The type of lighting that will be used.
Oh, it's all going to be LED, and everywhere where we have pedestrian lighting, it's going to be full cutoff except for along Cemetery Street where those specific light fixtures are prescribed by the TOD sort of criteria. So those lamps and those heights and style of light fixtures are sort of prescribed to us already.
Will there be LED lights set up on the pedestrian pedestrian pathway to the water?
I believe so.
Yeah, there'll be lighting.
Yep.
I'd like to just add a comment, Mike Mushak here, that the current lighting on the site is really pretty obsolete and atrocious on the bank building. They're aimed. They're these huge bright lights that are aimed horizontally, like right in your eyes when you drive by. And at night, they never really had parking lot lighting, so they put all the lighting on the bank, which is the worst way to do it, and then just shined it out from the building. So if the lighting is going to be all full cutoff, which is required, but by the approval, then the light pollution, I guess I'm asking if you could confirm that the light pollution would be reduced from the existing conditions.
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay, well, that's a good, easy answer. Thanks.
If I may say, one of the reasons that you get what's called a photometric plan, which is light levels at the ground plane, is in that way you can see. Okay, let me back up. A photometric plan is generated by having specific light fixtures located at precise points in the plan, and then by computer simulation, the light levels can be calculated. When you do that, you can see along the perimeter if light is spilling onto adjacent properties or onto the street.
And we have, as part of the application, we've agreed as a condition of approval to provide a photometric plan at the issuance of a zoning permit. And finally, on the last amenity points page, we're providing 2 public parking spaces on site. And that provides for a point under the amenity schedule. So we need 20 points is required. It says 37 here based on our earlier discussions that's overstated by 2, that it's 35 provided, which is, I mean, it's almost double what's required. And again, you know, we will address, we are aware that there have been some comments from residents submitted, and we're going to try to go through that at the end of the presentation. But I will say at this point that the amenities.
Please show him the courtesy that you're.
The amenity schedule is in your regulations, and I mean, this is what your regulations say. We're providing nearly double what's required under the regulation. And if there are concerns that folks don't like the amenities that are being provided or the amenities schedule, and if the commission were to agree with those concerns, the way to fix that is to change the regulation. But under the regulation, and it's a brand new regulation that was just adopted by you folks, but under the regulation, we more than comply with the amenity points under the schedule. We can skip, I think, through the photos that we've already gone through. Just we've talked about it previously, but just so you can see in blue, this was the public access area highlighted in blue. The rain gardens and pollinator gardens, porous pavement that are part of the points system shown here. With that, let me just move over to Vince on the civil engineering.
Yeah, good evening. For the record, Vince Hines with Redness and Mead, licensed engineer. We have offices in Stamford and Wilton, and our office has provided the engineering services for this development. So what you're looking at right here is the kind of the general zoning site plan. As Colin touched upon, we have the currently proposed road diet depicting the 11-foot lane with wide shoulder on the north side of the road, and then 8-foot bike lane with buffer to the on-street parking. And then important to note that overall dimension meets the requirement for emergency access vehicles. They require a 20-foot profile. And then you'll see here that there's the series of crosswalks that have been mentioned. Those are signed and striped according to kind of DOT and TMP requirements to provide yield striping and signage for vehicles to yield to the pedestrian. Those are not there today. Those are proposed under this proposal though. And then I want to speak to the northbound lane as you take Cemetery Street and then round the corner to go north. I just want to point out that there's a standard road profile for a passenger vehicle, and then there's an expanded kind of raised piece of pavement there for the larger vehicle that might otherwise be using the roadway, say a tractor trailer truck that needs just that extra maneuverability through an intersection.
Speaking of that intersection right there, for vehicles exiting the parking lot with the street parking where it is, do you know that won't create a blind spot? Is that something like the angles that, do they get measured? How do you know?
Yeah, so that goes to the site distance requirements for an intersection. You have to provide enough visibility for a vehicle exiting the driveway to safely enter the road system, which is what we would anticipate here. And then I just think it's important to note that we're reducing curb cuts. You're going from 3 existing curb cuts to the 1, and that serves like Colin said, 102 parking spaces, with 23 of which are surface and visible, 79 not otherwise visible in a lower level. And that includes the 2 spaces for for the accessible route to the public improvement. And I think it's worth mentioning that, you know, although the calculated total was at 1.0 parking spaces per unit, the project would comply with the 1.3 spaces per unit with the shared parking credits as well. And then just one more note on this page, you know, the building itself is designed so that the first floor is set 1 foot above the base flood elevation of the area. So, and then building construction would be meeting the requirements of the FEMA standards with, you know, otherwise dry access points for emergency vehicles, both on East Avenue and on Gregory Boulevard. Go to the next slide.
Oh, excuse me, Mr. Hines.
Yeah.
If you could go back. Is there a state regulation that requires only 1 lane of traffic in order to pull out of this driveway and cross going north on Gregory Boulevard?
I can't speak to that. I'll let Greg talk about the overall traffic maneuvers. I know that we've talked about it, and Colin stated it earlier that the project doesn't require the 1 lane configuration isn't required by the project. It's been in coordination with the city as well and state.
So it was, I'm sorry, it is not.
There's not a state regulation to answer the question.
So could this entire project as is be done, keeping cemetery 2 lanes, no on-street parking, no change to the triangle?
Well, the first 2 probably yes, the last one probably no change to the triangle, because the triangle would block the exit. And Vince has a slide coming up that's going to illustrate that a little clearer in a minute. So,
yep.
But you can see the existing island underneath there. Where the driveway curb cut is proposed, if we didn't alter the island, it would force everybody to make a right and go south onto Gregory Boulevard. So that wouldn't be very feasible.
And is there a reason for the inclusion of a sidewalk on the south side of the cemetery, the north side of Cemetery Street, where it doesn't really go anywhere except you have to come back over the crosswalk on the going south?
Yeah, and I will address those. I have a context slide that goes over the Norwalk City's master plan for the area, which is a separate vision and project, separate from our project, but our project considers it and meshes with that vision and those proposed improvements. So I'll go over those. That sidewalk is a city proposal, not our project's proposal. But we marry up to it and mesh with it and integrate it into our design.
Commissioner Lighaus, there will be, I know we've got a slide. I don't know if Vince is going to cover it or Greg, but for perspective, because I think it matters a lot here, is that there have been a lot of concerns raised about Cemetery Street being narrowed from 2 lanes to 1, and that will create traffic congestion. And it should be noted that just about all of the traffic on Cemetery Street comes in from one direction on East Avenue. At that curve right there, it is 1 lane already.
Yeah, I have a slide that addresses that with volumes to illustrate.
And where it comes in as 1 lane already, there's no choke point or congestion caused in existing conditions at 1 lane. All right, Vince, we'll go back to
Me too.
So what's here before you is the kind of existing conditions drainage basin. It shows you your kind of your green versus your gray, your hardscape versus your impervious area. The site is approximately 1.66 acres in size, and of that, approximately 81% of the site, about 1.35 acres, is impervious coverage. And there's no formal stormwater runoff water quality treatment or storage on site, but there is a series of catch basins near the south end of the site, as the site just drains north to south. So there's one at the southeast corner of the site, and then one at the southwest, that both then discharge separate discharges to the north end of the mill pond. And important to note, while we're on this page, there is a 6x8 box culvert that flows onto the site from the northeast. That primarily conveys off-site drainage, stormwater runoff, including that of Cemetery Street and Gregory Boulevard drainage infrastructure. And that discharges separately into the mill pond from those two catch basins that I described. I would just say that there's one on-site structure to the east of the existing bank that is has a great cover and collects stormwater and is discharging into that culvert. It is proposed to convert that to a manhole, and all proposed stormwater runoff would be otherwise tributary to the other existing discharges at the south end of the site. So we will be reducing, however slightly, the amount of runoff to that box culvert. And the one other thing that I want to point out on the existing conditions is that you'll see impervious coverage extends as far south as the property line, and is approximately 6 feet off of that head wall that the box culvert discharges at.
Is there any concern that that box culvert might collapse with all of the pending work on the site?
So the box culvert, in my understanding, is a concrete structure that can support H20 loading. Beyond that, it might be relevant, if necessary, to have a structural engineer determine the structural soundness of it, if that's a requirement. So the first thing I'll point out on this proposed drainage basin is that the at-grade walkway is now 36 feet away from that same head wall system. And the building is about 71 feet away from that head wall. So we're introducing more green at the closest proximity to the mill pond, which I think goes a long way. We're not proposing to otherwise disturb the mill pond. We'll have sediment erosion controls via silt fence, via silt sacks in catch basins, to otherwise protect that area. But with respect to the drainage, there's in total a net reduction in impervious coverage, about 820 square feet. And of the resultant impervious coverage, about 92% or 1.23 acres is proposed to be treated via one of four methods out here. You have the porous pavement that treats what lands directly on it, and then is overflowed to an underground infiltration system. And that infiltration system then also captures building roof area from both the main building here and building B. And then you have two rain gardens at the south end of the site, both which are integrated with roof drainage being collected and tributary to each of those systems. And then we have some bypass area, but that's typical at-grade sidewalks along the frontage of the project that are otherwise tributary to the city system. And then a small amount of sidewalk area there in the southwest corner that is tributary to existing on-site drainage. With the inclusion of the stormwater management techniques and with the reduction in impervious coverage, there's peak rate and volume of stormwater runoff reduction in all studied storm events, including the 100-year event. Matt, if you could go to the next one. And then this is just our general site plan depicting the utilities on site. I think one thing of note is with the building B construction, we do have to reroute a portion of the city stormwater that comes onto the site. That's a 36-inch pipe that completes that reroute. Otherwise, we are trying to maintain all drainage either on one side or the other of the box culvert to limit the amount of crossings of that just via elevation here. And then we're proposing water and gas, electric telephone connections within Cemetery Street and then even Gregory Boulevard a little bit for building B. And the building sewers will be tributary to an 18-inch main within East Avenue. In reviewing with WPCA, they had us review the pipe capacities of this East Avenue sewer main from Van Zant down to Seaview. And what we found based on a 6-week period of flow data that they provided is that with the proposed activities, the proposed activities plus a peak factor of multiplying that by 4, just on our proposed activity, not based on the existing data, the operating capacity would be between 28 and 62%, meaning that you have over 38% of available capacity still reserved at the end of the day. And just the range is more related to the fact that the sewer main has varying slopes as you go down towards Seaview. With that, I would add that WPCA and DPW have provided approvals with kind of standard conditions for both the sewer and the storm designs. Matt, if you could. And this, like I said, is the sediment erosion control plan that I referred to earlier, with silt fence at the low points of activity and silt sacks represented over both existing and proposed drainage structures, because you want to provide protection until the point of those structures being removed. And then just in reviewing with the city TMP, they had envisioned an alternate approach to the geometry. So they had us do an extra study point where really the primary change is how Cemetery Street interacts with Gregory Boulevard. It's kind of a quasi semi-roundabout in a sense. But so that's one of the changes, which reduces the island further. And then for this study, they had us show a reduction to 1 lane as you go northbound from the intersection. And then I'll let Greg discuss the traffic on that. And then these last 2 exhibits that I have here are just representative of kind of showing existing curb cuts and how they relate to that traffic island versus proposed condition curb cut and the proposed island. And it just goes to show that the two western existing curb cuts, you have the availability of going northbound without first going southbound on Gregory. And that condition is similar to what we're proposing in the new geometry. And then the second exhibit on the next page shows the same methodology for the alternate layout. With that, let's say, does anybody have any questions on the site engineer?
Doesn't appear.
All right, Matt?
Good evening, Matthew Pop, landscape architect and professional wetland scientist from Environmental Land Solutions. We're out of Norwalk. Also, our firm was asked to prepare a environmental assessment as it relates to the coastal area management areas of the site. I'll do this fairly briefly because, as you know, as Vince said, most of the site is paved. There are very few natural areas that are existing on the site. This is just a picture of the existing pavement. It's the majority of the site, 81%, is covered in impervious surface. The tidal wetland area is kind of located to the far right in that corner. If we go to the next slide, usually one of the first things I do when I get hired for a project, I check to see if there's any endangered, threatened, or species of special concern. So this is a picture taken from the Natural Diversity Database maps from the DEEP. The hatched areas are where the species are have been identified in the past, and you can kind of see in the center where our site is, that red circle right there. We lie outside of any of those areas, so there are no known species of concern on our site or near our site. The next slide, we have the list of the coastal resources that are found on the site or near the site, just general resources, the coastal hazard areas, the mill pond, which is the nearshore waters, intertidal flats and tidal wetlands. Again, they're all within the tidal areas. The mill pond has a high marsh and a low marsh associated with it. And mainly the vegetation you're seeing in the top right-hand photo is Phragmites. It's an invasive species, non-native. There's also some Japanese knotweed that's borders that. The Phragmites is a little bit stunted in growth, meaning that it's tidal areas. So when I see it stunted, again, I place that into tidal wetlands. The next slide. Here are we're proposing, again, like 2 buildings, on-site parking, lots of landscaping. We're decreasing the impervious coverage of the site. As Vince noted, the site is connected to municipal sewer and water mains. There is currently no real treatment of the stormwater runoff from the site. We are treating the runoff through infiltration, underground detention galleries. 2 rain gardens on the picture on the top left kind of identify those areas circled in green. The picture on the right shows what a rain garden that hopefully will look like. Lots of native grasses, switchgrass, some wildflowers. In addition to a purifying runoff, rain gardens also infiltrate stormwater runoff, and they also provide wildlife habitat. The buildings, there is a coastal hazard area on the site, so the buildings will be designed to flood code standards. And so there's no direct disturbance to the tidal wetlands or the mill pond. Now, if we go to the next slide. So this is just some recommendations which we have. We'd like to see majority of the landscape use of native plants, especially areas down towards the mill pond. The rain gardens be seeded but also planted with plugs of plants. So in case it rains, the seed mix, if it washes off, we still have some additional plants in there. If possible, it'd be great to have evergreen stands of trees, mainly red cedars and like hollies, American hollies along the coast. It's very valuable for wildlife to have these thickets. I'm going to be using number 4, using native plants to stabilize the soils to provide high wildlife value, mainly oaks and bayberry. And then the last recommendation is in the rain garden, since there is Phragmites nearby, it may be good to have a some type of root barrier that surrounds that, so that the Phragmites does not spread into the rain garden. Otherwise, it would be probably a battle to keep that out. The impacts from the coastal resources, we didn't identify any, but we did identify benefits. Again, economic benefits to the property. Second one is the project will improve water quality from stormwater runoff. We're improving public access to coastal areas, and we're developing the site to meet the flood zone conditions. Again, so in my opinion, that this project will not have an adverse impact to the coastal resources. And if we have
Quick question, it's just Nick. That's you have that assessment as well during construction. No adverse impacts while construction is ongoing.
Yes, well, during construction, we have the erosion control plan. It's a fairly level, site, so it's not really it's not steeply sloped. I have confidence that the erosion control plan prepared by Rennis and Mead will be adequate. I'm sure that they will be out there quite often checking the erosion controls. It is a visible site, so that could easily be monitored.
And then Adam, what are your thoughts on these recommendations? You guys, I think you mainly are doing most of, if not all of this, but I was curious.
Yeah, we don't have an issue with doing all of these things. They're either already in the plans or can be part of your approval.
Thank you.
And if there's not, if there's further questions for Matt, that's fine. If there's not, we'll keep moving forward.
Just one very quick question for my own edification. There was a time when I actually worked and got paid for doing it. Is this what would be referred to as a negative declaration?
And what is a negative?
Essentially what he said, no impact.
Okay.
I would call it a benefit to the coastal resources. Maybe look at it the reverse way.
Okay.
So
I have a question, Mike Mushak here.
Go ahead, Mike.
Matt, can you explain briefly how the water filtration works in the Caltex underground? Because I don't think that anybody's really explained that up till now in terms of what is the water quality that goes in and what comes out and what happens to the impurities, underground, because it's called, treatment, and can you kind of just briefly describe how that functions?
Sure. The water gets collected. The stormwater runoff will land, say, on a parking lot. It will go into a catch basin. The catch basin will have a sump at the bottom, so it catches kind of road sands, and pollutants are usually attached to the road sands from the parking lot. So the sumps will be like initial treatment to catch that, and then the water flows into these underground detention galleries, which are kind of concrete boxes. There'll be open bottom, and water will flow into the ground. So they infiltrate stormwater runoff. And as water flows into the ground and flows through the ground, the ground actually filters the water, collects those pollutants and traps them before it's being discharged by groundwater into the mill pond. Overflow goes into the rain gardens. Rain gardens, the benefit they have is they have plants growth, and the plant growth uptakes nutrients. So say if there's any fertilizers in the soils, in the runoff, the plants will absorb those. So that's an additional benefit. Also, thermal pollution, heating of the runoff, stormwater runoff from parking lot areas, infiltration reduces that greatly. So again, the infiltration is done by the rain garden and by the and by the underground detention galleries.
Excuse me, Mr.
Sorry, thank you. I'm sorry, I unmuted myself. Go ahead, Anna, if you want, and I'll wait.
Oh, thank you. Mr. Pop, it's hard to imagine that the construction to build this wouldn't disturb the animals and the birds that we see on Mill Pond, specifically at that end. Would you agree? And that's one of first question, part of two.
During construction, there'll be some, impact to wildlife. There are, again, at this part of Norwalk, there are no rare, endangered, or species of special concern that have been identified that's on the state map. Usually in a situation like this, that's kind of, semi-urban or urban, you're going to be getting species such as house sparrows, probably robins. I would call them maybe urban tolerant species.
Yeah, they're not endangered, but
No.
they're well known to the residents.
Yeah, and
right?
it's funny sometimes when you get herons, like wading through here, quite often you'll see them fairly close to construction sites. Like this picture that you see here, they would be, halfway down that creek and they would still be,
Right.
Fishing while construction is going on.
So I have a question. If this project had fewer units or was 2.5 stories or had more space between buildings, I'm sorry, can you please, I don't understand it. If it was smaller, if it was different, would it have less impact on the wildlife during construction? Is there any significant change that could be made to this site that would not impact the wildlife during construction?
Well, I would say, I don't think that the change in the size of the project will change the impact. I don't think there would be a significant adverse impact to wildlife from this project during construction. If you had to, it probably wouldn't make that much sense, but in some projects we put up a fence with a fabric on it just to screen what was happening on the development site from the resource area.
Okay, thank you.
So,
Matt, can I ask you I think that people have seen swans in Mill Pond. Are they a protected species in any way?
nope, actually they're not native. They're aggressive, and that's kind of a species that's not looked upon favorably.
Watching that Shakespeare every year.
Yeah.
I don't know where you live.
So I have one last comment, Mike here. That Matt, I just started to ask you, and then I just stepped out for a second in terms of the conversation because Anna had spoken. So and that was a great question. But is the water quality that comes out of the treatment system, either into the ground or in overflow, then a huge improvement? Just want to get you to summarize this, if you can, over the existing conditions.
It would be a big improvement over existing conditions. Again, right now, there's very little, if any, treatment of the runoff from the site. Nothing is trapped. Heated water flows right into the Mill Pond. Very little or probably no infiltration on the site. And the project will have the infiltration, reduce thermal pollution, reduce for any fertilizers that are carried in the stormwater runoff. So in my opinion, it's a great improvement from current conditions.
And then would you, thank you. And would you then conclude that this project will have an overall improvement to the quality of Mill Pond and its habitat, value as habitat?
Yes, again, especially I think we saw an earlier slide, how the current asphalt goes right up to an existing head wall, and then how the project is pushed back from Mill Pond. We have the rain garden kind of in between the project area and Mill Pond. So we're kind of increasing the green space. Yeah, right through there. Yeah. By Mill Pond.
All right, thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm sorry, one more question.
Mhm.
Would there be any benefit to some sort of water testing during construction to see what effect it's having on the pond, or if there's any issues, or is that not something that you would recommend or be considered?
Yeah, in the past, I've done that, and it seems like it all depends on what's going on, not on this site, but like further upstream. So it's tough to tell. But I would say again, this site, it's not a steeply sloping site. It's highly visible. Some projects we work on that, they're steeply sloped woodlands that they're out of sight, and that's kind of where you want to be concerned about. But in this project, again, it's very visible. So I think, if you had to make a condition of having, monthly or some type of erosion control monitoring, I think that would be reasonable to ask.
Thank you.
Thank you, Matt. I think there was some in some of the correspondence we saw from neighbors. There was questions about pollution on the site. I think I'll let Matt Edwardson.
Sure. So probably not a typical topic on a zoning discussion, but figure we address it because figure it's coming up. So there has been environmental studies recently, a phase 1 environmental site assessment prepared by a licensed environmental professional. They determined the site was not subject to the Transfer Act, that there were no recognized environmental conditions identified.
Sorry, can you speak louder? Sorry.
Sure. So
It'll be helpful to everyone. Thanks.
Site's not a Transfer Act. There's no recognized environmental conditions identified. There was a historic environmental condition discovered a few years back. There was a car that spilled some oil onto the parking lot. It was reported to Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection, and that case was closed by DEEP back in 2009. And there's no recommendation for further testing or a phase 2 environmental site assessment. That said, we'll have a LEP on our team as the plans advance. We'll abide by all environmental regulations, including conducting a pre-demolition survey of the existing building. So any lead or asbestos is removed properly. And similarly, we'll prepare a soil management plan for any net soil export, and anything that gets removed from site will be tested and disposed of properly, in addition to the sediment and erosion control plan that's been mentioned in the past.
With that, I want to talk about traffic. Greg?
Hello all. Good evening. Greg Del Rio, professional engineer, state of Connecticut, principal traffic engineer for Harstein Hanover, with offices in Norwalk. So I'm going to tie and echo some of what our team members have discussed earlier today, and tie it all together with sort of the traffic and operational aspects and transportation and walkability and bikeability. The development program, again, 77 residential units, a mix of retail and office. I'm going to put everything into context with the Norwalk master plan for the surrounding area. We'll talk about those access alternative designs that Vince touched on earlier, and then the results of the traffic study. Before we got started the traffic study, we contacted the city to see if any infrastructure improvements or any changes in the area were foreseen in the near future. And they shared their vision, which again sort of ties into the whole TOD vision, the creation of complete streets that create safer circulation for all users, not just vehicles. Today's sort of infrastructure has really, very little walking and bike infrastructure. So, for example, if you were making the walk from Emerson Street to Van Zant, there really is no way to sort of, easy way, delineated way with crosswalks to get from one side to the other. So the city put together this master plan. This is a product from the city that you're seeing here. Operationally, most of the lanes and functionally operates very similar to today with the number of lanes, with the turning lanes. But what it does is just reallocate some of the space and provides room for the bike lanes. And so I'll just start over here. If you can follow my cursor on East Avenue as an example. Bike lanes are provided on Cemetery. There's a buffered bike lane that continues down Gregory. And then infrastructure wise, so a lot of it is just striping, but there is some infrastructure improvements such as the sidewalk that will wrap around the cemetery. Currently, there's only a gate at the northern end and there's really no way to get there. But what that sidewalk also does is provide some of the connectivity. For example, that walk that I was just saying between Emerson, you can cross and you can come out of church and go get your ice cream and so on, right? Without having to make a vehicular trip. You can make that now a nice walking trip. And then there's some curb extensions and bulb outs, again, also to help with the traffic calming. And then the only real circulation change is with Rogers Square, which currently circulates counterclockwise and will circulate clockwise as a result of these proposed changes. I just want to call out the church driveway to the sort of the middle of the picture there, because that just comes into play with some of the design alternatives 1 and 2. I can see Matt's cursor, but can you see my cursor as well? Like right now, I'm over the church driveway. I'm guessing not.
Yes.
Yeah.
Oh, you can. Okay, great. So and then these pictures inset here are showing the intersection as you move from Cemetery, making the left to go northbound onto Gregory. And you can kind of see it's a little bit, sort of substandard that larger trucks are riding up on the curb and wearing away. So that's part of what Vince was describing with that apron, and we'll see that in a minute. I think I've covered most of the talking points for the master plan. So next slide. So I'm going to start from the left and go right. As Adam was saying earlier, most of the traffic is coming from East Avenue onto Cemetery. This is PM peak hour volumes. So, some 590 are coming from East Avenue. It's about an even split. Some of that is coming from Van Zant, but what is coming down Cemetery is 590, a combination of traffic from Van Zant and East Avenue. And you can see going northbound on East, making the right, is very little in comparison. It's only 35 vehicles versus the 590. So the majority is coming from East Avenue. And that's where we said, one lane works, right? Because it's really being throttled by a one lane entry from East Avenue as it is today. So the capacity constraint is that movement there more than what happens on Cemetery.
Excuse me, Mr. Del Rio, you said that the 590 includes East Avenue and Van Zant?
Correct.
So, and I don't have a strong opinion right now on the 1 lane or the 2 lane, but in terms of coming from Van Zant, that's already a very difficult merge. So if more people are taking Van Zant and or East Avenue to try to get home, presumably that merge from Van Zant would be harder. I guess I'm wondering if making it 1 lane makes that easier somehow or has no effect?
It really has no effect on what happens at the
Okay.
intersection of Van Zant and East Avenue. Because it's already one lane feeding into Cemetery. If that was a 2-lane.
Folks, do
swinging
you
left.
think that arguing like this helps your case? It does not. It is better to save your remarks for when you have an opportunity to speak.
Currently Cemetery Street arguably could be, called oversized, right? And that it also introduces a weaving movement, which, again, is a safety concern, as opposed to a much calmer single lane, allowing the room for the bike lane, the buffer, as well as the parking in front. And then we have the sidewalk on the Cemetery Street side. And we've taken the crosswalk that was coming from the triangle to the cemetery side. We've relocated it. And this was, I should say that all of this work, and you'll see in a minute, is being coordinated with the city and the state. This is a state road. And the state is currently reviewing all the designs. We've already had one round of feedback from them. And I'll illustrate that in a slide coming up. But continuing down Cemetery Street, the alternative that we developed then is a slight modification to the existing triangle, and what it does is just allow for the movement that Vince was trying to describe earlier. Because we have to relocate our curb cut to the east, where it's being shown down here with the 26 entry and 20 exits, which is the peak hour, the evening peak hour. So that's like a 5 to 6 type of volume. And then that would marry up and allow access directly out to Gregory Street. The way it merges from Gregory and Cemetery there is then continues the same as it does today, with the yield on Cemetery and Gregory Street having the free movement without any traffic controls. Getting back to the volumes that we're generating, 26 and 20. So, those are hourly volumes. So we're overall, one vehicle, a little less than a vehicle a minute. And if you go by direction, exiting, you have, on average, one vehicle exiting every 3 minutes, and on entry every 2 to 3 minutes, a vehicle coming in. So that just gives you a sense of the volumes. I should say that these volumes are very comparable to what was being generated by the bank that was previously there. In the morning, our proposed development would generate about 14 trips more than what the bank was generating in the peak morning hour. In the evening peak hour, it would only be our proposal would only be generating about 3 trips more than what you would estimate for the bank. And on a Saturday, we would actually, in the middle of a Saturday afternoon, we would be generating about 14 trips less than the bank generated on a weekend day, weekend peak hour.
Yes, this is Jacqueline Jordan. Hello?
Mr.
Yep.
Del Rio. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you, Rich.
I wonder if you could back up about 5 minutes, because somebody who has to vote on this, as in me, could not hear you.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we're gonna go over alternative 1 again. Did you catch the part about the 590 in this 1 lane for Cemetery Street?
Yes.
Okay, so, we're not concerned, and neither is the city or the state with their review on the reduction of 2 lanes to 1 on Cemetery. As far as our trip generation goes, the 26 entering and the 20 exiting the parking lot that's being shown there, that's an evening peak hour. That's the highest peak hour. I didn't want to, try and confuse the drawing by showing all the hours. But this is the highest. The morning and the Saturday afternoon are lower than 46 combined trips. Again, 46 trips altogether is, a little less than 1 a minute. And when you take the exiting 20, that's about 1 every 3 minutes. And when you take the entering, it's 1 car every 2 or 3 minutes, just to give you, again, a sense of the activity and the volumes that we're talking about. And then I was comparing it to the bank. So if we were to put a bank back here, and I was doing a traffic study for a bank, and comparing it to this proposed development, we would be generating 14 more trips in the morning than a bank would be generating. We'd be generating only 3 more trips in the afternoon or evening peak hour than a bank would generate. And on a Saturday midday, we would actually be generating less trips than the bank of a similar size that was there, that's there today.
Mr.
And-
Del Rio, where do these numbers come from? Do they come off the top of your head?
No, they don't come from the
Would
top
you
of my head.
Please
They are,
explain.
yeah, all of the trip generation is based on sort of transportation industry national standards. It's from the Institute of Transportation Engineers Trip Generation Manual. It is the manual that is used for all traffic studies of standard land uses such as this. And it's really the only thing that's acceptable by reviewing agencies. If we tried to use something else, they would likely not accept it. It is the standard methodology and process for estimating. And it's based on, hundreds of studies, across the country and in different contexts. It takes into consideration proximity to transit. It takes into consideration urban versus suburban or rural contexts. All of that is taken into consideration.
Excuse me, Mr. Del Rio. I can't off the top of my head think of a one-way street in Norwalk that has parallel parking. I'm sure they exist. I'm great at parallel parking. My husband is not. Usually when there's somebody parallel parking, I sort of have to swerve into the other lane, the oncoming lane, to like get around them. Is there room to get around somebody who's poorly parallel parking with this design?
Oh, yes, definitely. It's been reviewed by, that's not one of the comments we got from state or city. It meets the standards. It allows for that type of activity in what we call a bypass lane, basically, is what you're referring to. So vehicles, vehicles can
So
still.
I have a question also in regards to alternative. Has the option been explored to have your exit out onto Gregory Street as opposed to Cemetery Street? You can build like an on-ramp or an off-ramp, kind of like on a highway that comes at a stop sign or a light that comes onto Gregory Street, which would alleviate all the proposed traffic onto Cemetery Street on that one way. So the traffic will be entering on 2 ways. So there will be those who are traveling eastbound or westbound and have the controlled by a traffic light.
It wouldn't warrant a traffic light. These volumes are way too low, and especially in the middle of the day. Connecticut DOT, and again, remember, we're on a DOT road, has what's called an 8-hour sort of signal warrant. And it would never meet the warrant for a signal.
How about a four-way stop sign?
That would probably not be, we could investigate it, but it probably would not work with the volumes that are coming in, and the state would probably not approve it. We did investigate the possibility of a driveway over here to, Gregory.
Yeah.
And the problem there are the sight lines going around that curve, which would not be acceptable. Yeah. Exactly.
Greg, weren't there also issues with crossing the median striping at the island?
Yeah, I mean, there would still be
Site.
modifications that would be needed with that design as well.
Well, why does everything have to be surface? Why can't it be underground?
As far as the parking lot goes, I don't know, but
As part as the enter and the exit, how it approaches street level.
right. This is right now, there's no ramping. It's at grade. It's at the same grade as the sidewalk and street, which, is.
But you did say you have underground parking.
It's not really underground, it's under the building. So it's the parking is actually at grade down here. And the building is on structure and columns up above.
I can answer that as well, Greg. Jack, and the Cemetery Street declines severely, almost a story or more from East Avenue down to Gregory Street. So you get a natural grade change, which allows us to get in at grade at the lower end of the site, which is closer to Gregory. And if you've been to the site, it's almost entirely excavated all the way back to East Avenue. There's actually a fairly steep staircase that steps off of East Avenue onto the site as it exists today. And, so there's very little excavation that's actually necessary to dig out the foundations for this project. It's mostly going to be just, scraping away the surface and digging whatever's necessary for the foundation system. And as Greg just mentioned, it's like this is basically a flat site. So you come in at the low end and you go back, you've got almost a story, plus to get up to East Avenue. And that's how our parking is all essentially on grade, just below the building. And then that's why the pedestrian plaza and the building at the East Avenue end present as as a solid 3-story prominent building. So it's that natural grade change that we're taking advantage of to bring the parking in and the traffic motions in at grade and not below grade.
A question for Mr. Del Rio. Yeah. So the actual number on your chart there, the 590.
Yes.
That's not part of an actual physical automobile or vehicular count. It's just from a study.
No, that is, and I'll show you in a couple of slides the actual network and the full volumes for the whole traffic study.
Okay, and I like the triangle over by the church on the Gregory Boulevard side, but did anybody look into rebuilding the triangle to make the traffic flow more appealing and to handle the volume that goes down Gregory Boulevard to the south?
So this one was developed by the development team. And it was, part of the concept here was obviously to allow the vehicles to exit smoothly onto Cemetery, but sort of minimize the impacts to the overall existing network, and address some of the deficiencies, such as the truck apron, right? That gray area there, which addresses those, those pictures I showed in the last slide where the trucks are kind of going over the curb today. So we're designing sort of the proper geometry to handle that. So that was this one, and I think now's a good time to go to alternative 2. Again, Vince touched on this. Everything from the left and coming down Cemetery is the same, but what this does is it pushes the intersection further to the north. This was actually ideas that were developed by the city and the transportation, mobility, and parking department, and they came up with sort of this concept, which we investigated and developed. And what it does is it kind of even furthers the traffic calming and sort of is mimicking a partial roundabout treatment. Again, it has the gray area for the truck apron. If you've ever driven around a roundabout, you'll often see there's usually a 12-foot plus or minus, sort of area so that the truck sweeps or the larger vehicles, can make the turns. And then what this does here also is obviously it gives more, it's sort of a trade-off of the green space that was in the triangle and gives it over to the Cemetery side. So, that's one change. It greatly reduces the actual triangle, but that shortens the pedestrian crossing over there by the church. The church driveway does come a little bit into play. And because of this design, the yield sign now has to go, instead of being on Cemetery, it's switched to the Gregory approach. But the traffic analysis all shows that either way, if wherever you put the yield sign, the traffic works as far as the traffic analysis goes. And then the other change from alternative 1 to alternative 2 is it was 2 lanes going up towards Emerson, and in this alternative, it's 1 lane. Again,
Greg, can I just interrupt for 1 second? So on alternative 1 was what we pitched as our preferred option, which keeps the yield sign as is and keeps Gregory as 2 lanes. And the alternative 2 came from the city. We'll live with either one. Option 2 also requires the church's driveway. There's some conflict there that likely requires that to be relocated, which is outside of our control. So that's an issue with option 2.
right. And both of these alternatives are currently being reviewed by DOT. Again, Connecticut DOT, it's their road, and we would need an encroachment permit to do any work. So we need their approval and their input on anything that happens. So I think next slide sort of.
Greg, I have a question. Mike Mushak here.
Yep. Hi, Mike.
Hi. Do you have, or did you look at accident data and also any average speed data for this stretch here? Because I'm going to ask another question in a minute if you have that information.
Crash data is in our report. Yep. And there was no evident sort of traffic crash patterns. So, as far as identifying specific mitigation to address any safety concerns with crashes, there wasn't anything identified that needed to be mitigated.
Well, I asked because I think it's well known that people speed through this corridor at really high rates of speed, and it's dangerous. So I would imagine that there were some speed related accidents over the years. And that you're familiar with NACTO, I'm sure the National Association of City Transportation Officials. They have the Urban Street Design Guide, and in their section on speed reduction mechanisms, all 3 or 4 of their speed reduction mechanisms are existing in this alternative 2 or alternative 1, either one, on Cemetery Street, which is parked cars. And I'm going to ask you just to agree with me because I'm just kind of confirming, but parked cars are a traffic calming measure recommended by NACTO, which is a National Association of Transportation Officials. People go slower along parked cars and also street trees and also building setback lines that are as close to the street as possible, slow traffic. It's recommended. It's recommended in the in this publication. So I'm going to ask, if the building was not built, would these traffic calming measures still make sense in this corridor, regardless of this project?
Yeah, I would say yes, absolutely.
And that would be to reduce average speeds, accident rates, and injuries, probably, right?
Yeah, correct. As well as improve the walkability and bikeability. That's all. I refer to NACTO all the time, ever since it was first created.
So this solution would make it safer for cars, people in cars, because they'd be going slower, pedestrians and bicycles. Is that correct?
That's correct, without really impacting capacity. Let's not forget that.
Because it starts at 1 lane and it goes out in 1 lane. So why would you need 2 lanes in the middle to just create a speedway? Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Absolutely. As well as reduce that weaving movement too. Even though it's a light volume, it's still a weaving movement. And, so.
All right, thank you.
No, I won't go into any details. We just wanted to illustrate that we're coordinating, and these were some of the comments that we received from Connecticut DOT, and we've, incorporated all of their comments and resubmitted, and we're currently waiting for the second round of feedback on the two alternatives. And then I think we have, so now the traffic, so that was all about the design. This is about the traffic sort of study and impacts. So again, I'm using the afternoon peak hour to illustrate the study area and the traffic volumes. So the volumes were, approved. The data was collected in March 2022. The volumes were approved by Norwalk and Connecticut DOT. The bank was closed during the counts. It was already, not functioning. It was vacant. But we did not take credit. Often in a no build condition, you would either include what's as of right or what was previously there. We were conservative and did not take credit or an increment for what was already there. So we basically said it was a vacant lot for purposes. So our traffic is a full increment on top of basically a vacant property. You can see the volumes you were asking for. So if you look to the left by Van Zant Street, you can see the 375, 376 making the left onto Cemetery. Plus you have the 248 that's coming out of Van Zant. That's the 590 that I had on the earlier illustrated slide. And then you can see East Avenue going north, making the right. That's the 35. So all of these numbers here are actual, data from data collected last year. And then on the right is the trip generation from our facility. So if you see the word site and a little bit to the right of it, again, those are the actual volumes, the 26 coming in, the 19 plus the 1, which is 20 exiting. Again, what I had on my earlier slide. And then you can see the distribution of trips and why we didn't go any further than Winfield Street. You can see that the trips generated is, only 10 on the approach. Again, that's one car every 6 minutes, right? On that approach. So anything less than that, it's really obviously not worth continuing to study the impacts on the intersection when the volumes are that low. And just you can see the rest, how the trips were assigned entering and exiting the site there. And the results are on the next slide. Traffic analysis, I won't go through everything. Each row is an intersection with all the movements. And what I want you to focus on is all the way to the right, where we compare, the build condition with the traffic from the estimated traffic on top of the existing traffic out to the year 2027. And there's no impacts and very little increments and delays, average delay experienced by the average motorist. The yellow highlighted intersections are just the ones that change from alternative 1 to alternative 2. All the other ones are the same. And then in the next slide, we just have those 3 intersections shown again for alternative 2. And similarly, there's no impacts, no change in levels of service or major changes in delay. I think that concludes the traffic.
Thank you, Gregory.
All right, thank you. So then we want to just lastly, and I don't know if Chairman, if we can go through this and then we can be done and go to the public portion, or if you want to.
Adam, I think it's appropriate now to call on Marissa, who was the Planning and Zoning Commission's traffic analysis, did the traffic analysis for us. Marissa, I assume you're online?
Yes. Can you hear
Okay.
me?
Marissa, as you're giving your presentation, could you focus to some degree on the benefits of Cemetery Street becoming a one-way street?
One lane?
Yeah, I'm sorry, just one lane, right?
Absolutely. So if I may, I do not have a formal presentation. I was just going to address your comments as needed. But if I may just bring up a map, I would kind of just want to elaborate a little bit on what Greg was pointing out with how people merge and drive this. And I know there are a lot of members of the public here tonight, and I'm sure they're very well aware of how this was driven. So I'm just going to kind of speak to how we view it from a traffic context, which I think is a little bit of the missing link. Let me just share.
And Marissa, if you need us to pull anything up for you on our end, we can.
You know, if you have the aerial and you can bring it up, I can walk through it. Rather than you look at my Google screen, that is fine with me.
All right, let's try to get that. We'll try that.
And Marissa, can you just introduce yourself, please?
I'm sorry, yes, I'm Marissa Tralla with AKRF. We are an environmental services and engineering consulting firm, particularly the City of Norwalk's traffic engineering on-call consultant, based out of Stamford, New York. And we've reviewed this application since it was a little bit in the strategic planning phase and worked with the city on the alternatives as well as the applicant. So I just want to zoom in. Maybe it's best if I just share my screen. I know it's not ideal, but I think it might be a little bit easier. Because I'd like to walk through the aerial.
I have it queued up if you don't.
Let me know. I have it. I've had it up. Can everyone see this now?
Yep.
Okay. Okay. So what I want to speak to is, and there was a lot of questions about this. You know, it's almost, Greg, correct me, it's almost 50% between East Avenue coming down. This is about 300 and change, and this is 200 and change coming across Van Zant. So I heard a comment that this is a difficult merge right now, and I can certainly understand why that would be difficult. The context that I think Greg was providing on that is at the current moment, and regardless of the application is currently starting the improvements at this point right here. You can see my mouse. So at that point, you've already created the merge of those two high levels of traffic having to come together, the 2 and the 300, and that's where Greg is getting his 590. What we found, and actually part of the reason when we were looking at all of the driveway locations, we were originally proposing an option to look at a driveway location on East Avenue, is there's notably less traffic, particularly traveling northbound on East Avenue at approximately 35 cars in the peak hour. So what we're finding is that at the point that we're here, and that's what we're talking about, there are 590 cars coming around this corner in a peak hour in this lane. They do then have the option to spread out and go this way versus going to the north. So you have two separate lanes to go northbound and southbound. And that would be very important if you were at a signalized intersection that was going to at times stop you and create a backup. And then we'd want multiple lanes to process the traffic when the light went green as quickly and efficiently as possible. Because there is no traffic control for either of these approaches, and I say that loosely because the traffic control is needing to merge to not get hit. But that aside, that you are able to look for your own gap and process. There's nothing that makes anybody force and stay at a stop over here, which is what would warrant needing as much queue space as possible for 590 cars. That doesn't happen. So basically what I'm saying is you would come around this corner and you would have the ability today to get into this lane to go southbound or stay over here. And so you're splitting that 590 cars apart. But if you don't split them apart and you make them come to the same point, as long as they have the same level of flow, there is non-anticipated additional backup because we have not made them stop. We don't need multiple lanes to process vehicles that came from one lane. They already got down to the merge. If you think about it in the context of a highway and you're driving toward a work zone and how miserable it is to get down to the one lane, you move once you're in one lane. The problem is everybody trying to get down to one lane. So that condition, if this project was creating the breakdown to one lane, it would certainly be an impact to change Cemetery from 2 lanes to 1 lane. Because that is created before you get to Cemetery Street, they are not creating that backup. It is existing today. Whether it can be fixed as a separate item and is quite challenging related to that intersection, but outside of the scope of what they were looking at. So from our context, we've already dealt with the difficult merge. And so in the context of whether we need 2 lanes here, we do not for processing vehicles. So that's the rationale behind it. Again, it's the work zone itself isn't the problem. It's getting into the work zone. That's the problem. So the problem exists today, and it exists before this site, and it will not exist in addition because of this site, in our traffic analysis opinion. And I'll also point out that one of the things that I would encourage if more documents are shared or further explanation is needed is the applicant actually went as far through our request as developing a micro simulation model. What that means is they created an actual moving model of traffic through this area to say whether this moved smoothly or not, because it's complex, because it splits many times. And we reviewed that, and they reviewed that, and the TMP reviewed it, and the State Department of Transportation is currently reviewing that. And I think that really does alleviate the understanding of how cars can merge and split. What we were trying to do, and the reason we like elements of both alternatives, I'll just say in general, everyone knows the site is challenging and the traffic around this area is challenging. But the elements that we like of the various alternatives that are still being worked out with DOT, we do like the on-street parking use because, as it was pointed out, it is a traffic calming measure. There's a 4-foot shoulder on the north side of the street. And Greg, there's a buffer, I think of at least 3 feet on the side of the bike lane, plus a large travel lane. So that's creating that space for if someone's parallel parking poorly, you can still get around them because there's quite a large shoulder on the north side. Generally speaking, 2 cars will absolutely be able to travel side by side on this section, but it will not be striped as such. So to your point, it will not be a speed to your destination. But it will create some level of friction. It will create some level of needing to slow down and paying a little bit more attention because it's a smaller space. And that is ideal if we're going to put in pedestrian crossings. I would not recommend pedestrian crossings the way this road is today, nor bike infrastructure, because it is going to be dangerous if people can travel quite quickly. These are large curb radii, so cars can make these turns very quickly if they want to. It also creates the sightline issues if they're going very fast and you're looking to try to get out of a driveway. I can understand where it's better to be able to get home as quickly as possible. I feel that way, but also from a pedestrian or someone that may want to walk, that is absolutely not ideal. We don't want people dying in fatal accidents if they are choosing to walk or travel. And so slowing down vehicles is crucial to that. So we only recommend the pedestrian and bicycle infrastructure with these traffic calming measures. And then alternative 2 is basically a faux roundabout. And so that further slows things down, but we did request, especially because it would yield a large amount of traffic on Gregory, we requested the model to be able to take a look at how cars would move, because about 50% go northbound on Cemetery and 50% go southbound. There is constant gaps created by the people going southbound and exiting the faux roundabout for the people on Gregory to constantly have a gap to be entering into. Will it be slower? Absolutely. Will it be standstill? No. I heard a traffic signal mentioned. A traffic signal would actually cause a great deal of traffic at this location. It can be construed as safer, particularly for exiting driveways, but it also can create quite a bit of rear end collision, and it will absolutely create notable delay here compared to what is there today, because there is no control. And then we're going to a control that's going to make you stand still for at least 45 seconds before you get a green light, and that will create quite a bit of backup. So the alternatives that we were asking for evaluation would avoid that. And the traffic signal, even if it were warranted, which it's not because the volumes are too low, would be detrimental to this location, notably. And then the very last thing I'll say with the merging is there's a lot of opportunities for weaving. And that's particularly what the city's master plan that the applicant is currently building on was trying to address. If you're coming over here, down here, and there just happens to be a couple cars coming northbound, it's only 35, you're already in the minority. For someone to whip around this and already know they want to go south and don't usually expect cars coming north on East Avenue because it's a minor traffic, you're creating collision points because I'm constantly switching lanes. We don't want those opportunities. The weaving is one of the major things we start to avoid. Same thing when you get around Cemetery and Gregory. For anyone that's on Cemetery that's trying to get over to Emerson, and it's a very wide swath of pavement. So not only pedestrian and bicycle stresses speed because you can travel quickly, but just the constant honking and it's my turn, is it your turn? It's just not ideal. I understand residents have gotten very used to driving it. We are just concerned with anyone new coming to the area, or particularly anyone walking or biking. We just want to create opportunities where the traffic pattern is very clear to every road user. So that's what we were keeping in mind when we were doing the alternative. That's most of my, again, I just wanted to talk to the roadway and the alternatives. The last thing I would mention is the State Department is still reviewing this because Cemetery Street ultimately is in the State Department's control. So none of these plans are final because we can't weigh in on what the state wants. They have to do that. The church driveways have certainly come up. Within our discussions with the city, there's no intention of getting the church driveway to be moved or relocated. There is absolutely a conversation that would need to happen. I honestly think with either alternative, while alternative one is kind of the status quo, again, it's not particularly safe, these driveways where they are today. Not the current applicant's site that he's consolidating the curb cuts, not the church's driveway. They're not particularly safe locations. Figuring out how to circulate traffic better through them, particularly because the church has 2 curb cuts, which we think is an advantage. But no decision could be made on the church's driveway as of right without the church's involvement. So there is no discussions being had currently about any kind of reallocation or moving of the church. It's just an asterisk that if the state were to say alternative 2 was their preferred, then at a bare minimum, the church situation would absolutely need to be figured out. The point has been there's no point in approaching finalizing either of the design plans without DOT's input. So it's not that it's a forgotten measure, it's a next step that the applicant hasn't reached yet because the state has not determined what they're willing to allow on this roadway, which is why they've proceeded with 2 alternatives to full design. So that's my quick take. If there's any questions, particularly, I just focused on the improvements because I felt like those were where the most of the questions were lying.
Thank you, Marissa. Commissioners have any questions for Marissa? All right, if not,
Excuse me, Marissa, this is Darius. Thank you.
yeah, go ahead.
Thank you, Lou. Do you know if there's a timeline pertaining to a response from the state?
I would defer to Greg if he's heard back from the state. I know we saw that they submitted a new package to the state and the state did acknowledge they had it and they were reviewing it. And I think that was, Greg, 2 weeks ago at least.
Yeah, I did call them this week and it sounds like we'll be getting the next round of comments by next week.
All righty, thank you.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, back to the applicant.
Thank you. All right. So we've seen a number of letters submitted in some in favor of the project, which I won't speak to, and some opposed. So and much of it, you know, the East Norwalk Neighborhood Association has put together a form letter for E&A members or residents that goes through the special permit criteria. These are the letters that you have seen, listing basically every special permit criteria and saying why it doesn't comply with the special permit criteria. And you can kind of I won't go through them with you now. And then going through the point system for the amenity points and stating that we don't comply with, or we're not entitled to essentially any amenity points under the schedule, and asking residents to use all or pick and choose and submit that to. And I'm sure you've seen many of those letters come to your attention. We want to try to address, to the extent we haven't already, some of the what we think are the predominant concerns that have been raised in those, which
Adam, if I may, I think the appropriate time to do that would be after we've heard public comment.
I guess I will defer to you, but I'm sure that there are residents waiting to hear on some of those topics, but if they want to talk first, that's fine with us.
Okay. With that,
Lou, one
wait.
thing, Lou, that I want to bring up before you go to the public comment.
I'm not, let me say this first, Galen. We're going to take that 10-minute break I spoke to at the very beginning. It's 9:14. We'll reconvene at 9:24. Now, Galen, if you've got something you want to say, go ahead.
Yes, I feel when we get to public comment, we should alternate between the people who are on Zoom and the people who are present in person. It's not fair to both are members of the public equally, And it's not fair to go all the way through the public comment for the people who are there in person and leave the people who are participating and have been here. There are 121 people.
Galen, I don't have strong feelings about this. I defer to the other members of the commission.
I don't care. I just want to take a break. Absolutely. I second that.
Okay. Galen, we can do that. That's fine.
Okay, good. Thank you so much.
Okay.
Have
Okay.
a good
So
break.
see everyone at 9:24.
Yes.
No, you got it.
And we're going to enter into the public comment period. It seems clear to me at 9:30 that we're not going to have an opportunity to hear from everyone and make reach a decision this evening after we hear a response from the developers. So we'll go until 11 o'clock listening to your comments, and we will then reconvene on March 15th with a meeting that will again be dedicated exclusively to this project. That meeting, of course, will begin. I'm assuming that not all public comment will be heard by then. So we would begin with public listening from those who have not yet had an opportunity to speak. The applicant will then have an opportunity to respond to what they've heard. And then the commission would all be welcome to stay, of course, because it's a public meeting, as we discuss the project and attempt to reach a decision. So my hope and expectation is that on March 15th, we should be able to reach a decision on this matter. The way the public participation portion of the meeting is held is our staff member will call out the name of the speaker according to how you've signed the list. We'll intersperse that with folks who may be on Zoom. I suspect we'll run out of Zoom speakers before we run out of people who are actually in the room. We ask a couple of things of you. Please tell us your name and your address. We ask that you be, particularly since there are so many people, that you be as brief as possible while covering all of the points that are important to you. We don't tolerate name calling or inappropriate speech. We don't use it. We expect those at public hearings not to use it either. And with that, Brian, if you'd explain how people who are on Zoom can access the hearing.
Sure. So for anyone from the public via Zoom, if you'd like to speak regarding this application, you can use the raise your hand tool now. At the bottom of your screen, you just click that once. If you're dialing in on a phone, you can hit *9. And what we'll do is we will start with one of our folks. We'll start with one of our folks in person. And then I'll have, so that's Gloria Govea. Then we'll switch to a Zoom speaker. And then Liz Conti is the next speaker that's here tonight. If you would like to stand behind Gloria, just so we have you got queued up. Okay. Following Liz would be Pat Shannon. So if you'd like to just approach the lectern, that way we're all queued up.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Gloria Gouveia of Land Use Consultants, a firm located in Westport, Connecticut. I'm here tonight on behalf of the East Norwalk Neighborhood Association. I'd like to start out by saying that it gives me no great pleasure to be here tonight to critique an important project that might otherwise have the hallmarks of a splendid proposal were it not for the lack of vital information in almost all aspects of the application. First, and this is a technical issue, first, according to the files, the most recent report from the planner is dated June 2022. There is a report that's dated earlier, February 2022, and I think the problem is that the year on that report is incorrect. I think that report is based on its content from 2023. Also, another item I could not find in the file was the purported response to DEP from Redness and Mead dated November 12th, 2022. In fact, the only reason I know about it is because Matthew Pop's report, which came in recently, makes reference to it as something he consulted to draft his report. And I think that sounds like something that should be in the file. More specifically, I had questions. I found that I had lots of questions. For example, what is the 25-year storm elevation for the tidal mill pond? What is the existing high groundwater elevation? I don't see test hole data anywhere in the application, and I've been around the site. I don't see any evidence that test holes were dug. This makes me question the capacity of the infiltration system #1 and the South Rain Garden due to the potential for groundwater, which could also impact water quality volume capture. The rain gardens appear to include storage area in the soil volume when they shouldn't. I know these are very technical issues, but they're important issues because we need to know that this drainage is going to work. Directly from the East Norwalk Village TOD, the guidelines, which seek to protect and enhance the distinctive historic design character, landscape, historic structures, density, and development pattern within the East Avenue neighborhood, and to ensure that the unique character of this district is maintained for future generations. Let's remember that phrase, future generations. When I looked at the architectural plans, and by the way, anything from Beinfeld's office is spectacular. I just think in addition to being beautiful, it needs to also be functional. And here's why I don't think it is. As an example, the shed dormers in the rear of one of the buildings actually raise the midpoint height with those dormers. And that creates a height violation under the current regulations. The same thing happens along the open side of the basement garage, as that gives the appearance of 5 stories on those 2 building segments. According to the regulations, they should evaluate each building set. I believe they should evaluate each building segment separately. Okay, let me tell you what that means. What I believe has been done on the plans is that an average grade has been projected, which I also have quarrels with, but then that average grade has been used unilaterally with each building. Well, when you do that, you end up with that massive scale of building that you see on the drawings. I think it would be wonderful if someone on staff or perhaps the applicant themselves showed you what those buildings would look like if the heights were measured at each building. Now, I understand that as constructed, we are looking at only 2 buildings. Nevertheless, by using that interpretation, I think we we get in the way of a very good regulation in terms of height. I think if you saw the difference between calculating the height per building and calculating the height by mass, you'd see an extraordinary improvement. Also, the regs say that the application must be evaluated for compatibility with local architectural motif and the maintenance of views. And yet we have this large structure that's blocking views of the cemetery green, Ludlow Park for many residential property, and views of the tidal mill pond for others. I need to point out that this is also a desire, maintaining some kind of view is also a desirable aspect of the CAM regulations. As far as open space goes, in my many years of experience, open space is not typically on top of a building. And I'm not sure this district allows that. I also don't believe that the private courtyard should be considered open space if it's not open to the public. I have a quarrel with the proposed courtyard over the lower level parking because I think it's a structure and I think it puts the 80% coverage over. As far as the 20% open space, where is it? I'm not seeing it. Where the finished grade is established by filling, the average elevation of any filled portion shall be measured from not more than 3 feet above the existing grade prior to any proposed development. I believe that the exterior stairs to the courtyard area, which is accessory to the building, is thus part of the building, and the elevation should be measured to the outside wall of the supporting stairs at segments L, M, N, and O, which would result in a lower average grade and a higher building height. As far as the landscaping goes, I know there's a landscape architect, I believe, on the commission, and I'm hoping he feels the same as I do, in that there is an inadequate landscape buffer to the residential properties. There's also no tree information as far as the existing vegetation is concerned on the plan, and we don't know if any of those trees can and will be saved. Although there is in the file a soil investigation report done by a noted soil scientist, Otto Thiel, and he has identified inland wetlands, he has not, and I'm not sure if he's qualified to, but he has not identified the tidal wetlands that abut the site. Why this is important is because anything that runs off of that site inevitably will make its way to the tidal wetland. And although we have heard that water quality will be improved over the current circumstance, forgive me, but I think a bunch of people with sponges could improve the water quality on that site. According to the Inland Wetlands Review and their minor activity permit, an inland wetlands buffer is to be established and maintained on the property in the 25-foot wide area adjacent to the inland wetlands. This area shall not be maintained as lawn or landscape garden, yet I don't see that feature on the plans. Full disclosure, not only did I rely upon my experience in reviewing what I calculate as many, many thousands of applications in my career, I also looked to this commission's general aspect when it comes to applications that come before you and the submission requirements. One of the applications I looked at is one that's pending now, and it's for an addition to a hotel. And in looking at what was submitted for that application and what was submitted for this, I saw a number of areas where there were things not submitted here that were submitted in the hotel application. For example, the City of Norwalk Drainage Manual, which is a wonderful, wonderful document for anyone doing development, has a stormwater system design plan and report checklist. I see one for the hotel. I do not see one for this application. Also, there is a typical checklist for preparing erosion and sediment control plans and narratives, another brilliant document for the City of Norwalk. And yet that document's on file with the hotel application, but not with this one. Also lacking from this application that's present in the hotel application is something called an operations and maintenance plan. Also, a piece of information that I think is particularly vital to any site of this nature, and apparently someone thinks it's important for the hotel site, and that is a watershed analysis, which would report existing conditions, proposed conditions, narrative of impacts to state drainage facilities, et cetera, et cetera. That too is not in the file. Now, it may not be regular practice for this group to require comments in advance of approval from agencies like the police department and the fire department. But here's why I think in this case, their input may be vital. And that is this. We saw all these wonderful seating areas and landscape areas that the public will be able to use to congregate day or night. If you look at those areas from the aspect of a view from the road or the sidewalk, there are a great many areas that will not be able to be seen. Police department's going to tell you that's a serious security issue. And I think that needs to be addressed. Moreover, in terms of the fire department, we know that the fire marshal's office does an extensive review prior to construction. However, now in our times, I think we need to be mindful in advance of possible barriers to their ability to safely fight a fire. For example, the rooftop solar units. What does that do for a firefight? What kind of impediment is that to fighting a fire? You have the wherewithal to get that question answered, and I think it's important. I don't think that's something you want to find out after a fire. I think the most compelling thing I saw in the file was the memo that came from Marcy Ballant, who is a senior coastal planner at the Connecticut Department of Energy and Environmental Protection. And I think it's important for me to read to you the most pivotal part of her comment. The site contains a significant portion of AE 14 coastal flood hazard area with a 100-year flood zone per FEMA and NFIP, with many of the proposed residential units proposed within areas subject to flooding. In an age of climate change uncertainty, future projections for sea level rise, and with clear warnings of increased anticipated severe flooding, storm, wind, and precipitation events exacerbating the problem. The CCMA's coastal flood hazard policy requires that threats to life and property, and she highlights life and property in a different font. I'm going to say that again. That coastal flood hazard policy requires that threats to life and property be minimized, which goes well beyond meeting NFIP FEMA construction practices as apparently proposed. We recommend that any increase in allowable density, 1 unit per 825 square feet, in the AE 14 FEMA zone occur only in areas outside this zone in keeping with CCMA policy. Allowing increased density within a flood zone is a risk in the face of increased climate change uncertainty and inundation predictions. Now, let me say a little more about that. The city of Norwalk is blessed with more manageable flood insurance premiums than the citizens would be if not for the fact that the Planning and Zoning Commission many years ago adopted the FEMA regulations as part of the zoning regulations. In exchange for adopting those regulations and enforcing them correctly, the people of the city of Norwalk get a break on, may not seem like one, but they do get a break on FEMA flood insurance premiums. And I don't think this is the place to risk having, and let me back up a little bit. I know from personal experience that FEMA reviews every permit issued by the city every year for compliance. I'm not sure they're going to love this one. I think risking the insurance premiums of the entire city of Norwalk is not worth it for a project that would be better reduced in size. Excuse me. Forgive me, it's been a long time since I've done a public hearing. I think I can go to my conclusion here. There are far too many outstanding issues of public health and safety and welfare. And based on the fact that this application as it exists today, you've heard it from the design review peer, and you've heard it from others. This application as it exists today does not meet the zoning regulations. I believe the Planning and Zoning Commission doesn't have the power to meet something that doesn't meet the zoning regulations. I think the city of Norwalk, the residents of East Avenue, the Planning and Zoning Commission, and the future of East Norwalk deserves better. This project will be a template for all that follows in East Norwalk. Don't we deserve to make it the best it can be? Shouldn't this be the poster child for excellent, thoughtful development? The applicant has certainly put enough time into this, and as someone who generally 99% of the time represents the developer, I have to tell you what my advice to the developer would be at this point. And that is, go back to the drawing board, follow this list and others, and rework this project, because the germ of the project is excellent, because everyone in this room knows that this property is going to be developed and they're good with it. They just don't want the massive development that's currently proposed. And I think their instincts are spot on. Thank you.
Next, we have Alex Knopp, if you can unmute.
Thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the commission. My name is Alex Knopp. I live at 35 Fifth Street in East Norwalk since 1982. Had the privilege to be mayor of the city. And I want to say, listening tonight, I really want to commend members of the commission for their attention to detail and their knowledge about the application. It's been very impressive. Mr. Chairman, to me, this application represents what happens when there's a conflict between a good idea and a highly problematic location. The good idea is transit-oriented development. I support that concept. I think in the situation of Brim and Crown, it was a no-brainer to put residences close to a train station. But I think this application is much more problematic, and I'm going to raise 3 or 4 main points. First is about traffic, second about the traffic study, third about the bonuses, and fourth about what I hope the commission takes as a general attitude on its vote. So first about the traffic. I think what's important for the commission to understand is that East Norwalk is a very unusual neighborhood in terms of traffic. The concern to us is not so much a matter of increasing density of traffic as if we were just a highway. It's rather that East Norwalk is composed of a series of traffic choke points that make mobility very difficult in and out of our neighborhood and within our neighborhood. Where are these choke points? They're at the intersection of East Avenue and the railroad bridge, even with the improvements. You're at the intersection of Cemetery Street, 136, and East Avenue. They're at the intersection of Van Zant and East Avenue. They're at the Straffolino Bridge, which gets raised many times. I realize it's not adjacent to the site, but impacts mobility in East Norwalk a great deal when that bridge gets up for 10 or 15 minutes without notice many times in a day. It's at the intersection of Old Saugatuck and Gregory Boulevard and several other places. These are the sites that define mobility within East Norwalk. And my concern is that this application will make getting through those choke points or those turnstiles much more difficult. I think the zoning commission should regard its duty as to minimize the chances that these choke points or turnstiles will continue to be so clogged as a way to promote many of its other beneficial goals for East Norwalk, bringing in more small businesses, making more affordable housing available, and so on. So it's very, very different when you look at East Norwalk compared to almost any other part of the city. And in that context, I have to say that this traffic study is one of the worst I have ever seen in my years of public service. Because to do a traffic study in East Norwalk in March is like doing a traffic study around Yankee Stadium in December. No wonder the counts are so low. Who are you kidding? East Norwalk is a very different place in the summer, spring, and fall months than it is in March. Why? We have tremendous beach traffic. We have traffic to Shore Haven Golf Club. We have traffic to Shore and Country Tennis and Swim Club. We have traffic to the Ascension Beach Club. We have traffic down to the seafood restaurants. We have the Oyster Festival. We have the car shows. We have the concerts at the beach. We have many dog walkers bring their dogs to Taylor Farm, and on and on. Norwalk, East Norwalk during the summer, late spring and early fall is a very, very crowded place. I live on 5th Street, which is one of the main routes to get from the South Norwalk side of town to the beach. And when my children were young, there was not a night in any summer where crowds of motorcyclists coming down 5th Street wouldn't shake them out of their cribs with the noise. So to do a traffic study at East Norwalk in March, who are you kidding? No wonder the traffic counts were so unbelievable that were given for this project. And in terms of putting the project in the context of East Norwalk traffic, I really think you have to reject it as not only flawed, but almost ridiculous, urging it be done. After all, Mr. Kleppin's first memo about this project last year came in June. Couldn't the traffic study have been done sometime before March of 2023 when the usual traffic was going on? So that's one of my principal concerns here, that it's a air of unreality about what East Norwalk and the community represent. I know that when I was mayor and a legislator, people would come up to me and complain, why do we have to bear the traffic of Oyster Festival or July 4th fireworks or the beach? Well, to me, those are things that East Norwalk accepts the burden to benefit the whole city. But let's not ignore what impact they do have on us who live in East Norwalk. And this project will make it worse, especially given what I've said is the geography of choke points and turnstiles in the city. My next point is about the awarding of bonus points for the development. One thinks of bonus points, fine, you do something really special, maybe you get 3%, 5% benefit of something. Here, as you go from a matter of right, from 44 units to 77 units, that's a 75% increase in the density of development allowed by the fulfillment of so-called bonus points. And that to me is just almost giving the bonus points more credit than you do the actual application. And many of the so-called amenities that the developer has asked you to approve applying, and I realize that some of them may involve exactly the point system that you've adopted, but many of them benefit only the residents of that building. They don't benefit the public at all, or they should have been done as a matter of course. I mean, no development on that site would ever be allowed to poison the mill pond without some kind of remediation. So remediating runoff from an asphalt parking lot of the bank is not something to me that deserves a bonus point. Putting crosswalks so somebody who lives there can walk out of that structure and go over to get ice cream or pizza or dry cleaning or anything. That's not a bonus. That's a simple necessity for safety for anybody who ever wants to walk out of that site. So I think there are many examples of these so-called bonus points that are undeserved of support. I'm not saying that they're not given voluntarily by the developer, but I think the other side of the equation is it in the public interest to accept them? Is it worth the gain in density to accept a bonus that benefits only or primarily the residents of the new development, or that should have been demanded as a matter of course, as is done in many other zoning applications? And one last point, if I may. I realize this is one of the first, if not the first, application done under the transit-oriented development zone in East Norwalk. But I hope that the commission takes the attitude that it is not one size that fits all, but that you have to look at each application on its own merits. And I think it's possible to accept generally the validity of the kind of approach you have adopted about more housing located near transportation centers without validating every application that is submitted under it. In other words, I think in this case, look at the specifics of this application and don't just assume that it is generally reflective of what you have adopted in the overall neighborhood regulation. And I think if you do that, again, you realize that one size does not fit all, that the transit-oriented idea is a good concept, but this site is so problematic and East Norwalk is so different from other places in the city, each of which have their own strengths and concerns and problems. And thinking about, I mean, you know, to say that the site is going to generate less traffic than a bank does on a Sunday, I mean, what kind of absurd rationality is that? And I really urge you again to think about rejecting this flawed, insufficient traffic study and do it when East Norwalk is at its bustling best. And for all these reasons, Mr. Chairman, thank you for entertaining my comments. I do want to say that when I was mayor, I did have Spinnaker and Mike Descala and Beinfield do projects for my administration. They all did a very good job. I'm not here to quibble about their quality. I'm here to urge you to reduce the magnitude of this development back toward is as of right of somewhere between the 44 units and some additional, but not the 77 and the large number of parking spaces that will bring more cars into our choke point areas. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Pat Shannon. Following Pat Shannon in person is Jim Anderson, if Jim Anderson's still here. Okay, if you want to approach the lectern, just so you're lined up.
Commissioner, thank you. My name is Patrick Shannon. I live at 36 Calf Pasture Beach Road. When I came here tonight, my first question was, what is this meeting about? And it looked like the commission was looking for a close on this. And I'm glad the way that things unfolded as they did. Because we have at least till March 15th for people to think about this and present their opinions, and for people to do some more homework. My comments here, I'm listening to my colleagues that go before, and I said, oh boy. But my comments here are much more macro in view. What we're trying to do here is just do the right thing for East Norwalk. I think most people in this room believe that the right thing to do is that we scale back this project. Just one other thing before I just make some quick comments is we found out, I found out a week ago. I got the initial report a week ago. Last night, we got the environmental report and the traffic report. Today was the first time I saw that. That would have been awful, I think, for all of us and everybody that's watching on Zoom to not have that information and be able to digest it in time. So just a couple of things. The scale of the buildings. We have to look at that. I mean, it's just a lot. It's too much. My colleagues here have presented before, what those specific issues might be. They're just overpowering. I don't think it's going to help the community. And coupled with the fact that it's going to create more traffic. I don't agree with the traffic report as it was presented tonight. I've lived in this area now for 10 years. I was 23 years before in Darien, 6 years before that in Norwalk. And I see the workers coming in and out of East Norwalk in the Marvin Beach area every morning, going down there every morning. Those numbers are not right. So we have to have a look at that. And now we're adding 77 cars at least into this complex. I don't see how adding additional vehicles and additional people and taking away a lane is the right solution. The traffic study, like I said, was the first time I saw it tonight. I really do disagree with it as per the former mayor. And finally, the environmental study. I know nothing about that, but I know it's a lot more complicated than what was expressed here today. I would ask us all to be able to sit back and take into consideration everything my colleagues have just talked about, and possibly as we'll hear further tonight. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Jill Delaney, if you can unmute.
Thank you. I'm much less informed than the previous speakers, but I find it hard to understand how adding, as the previous gentleman said, at least 77 cars, at least 150 to 200 people, and that may be conservative, to a very constricted area helps the neighborhood. Now, the plan is very attractive. I get it. Maybe a nice place to move into, but I do not understand how you rationalize this benefits the property values of this immediate community. And as someone who commutes into New York every day with the 88,000 people that we added in the new project by the train station, how many, it just, the numbers don't work. The numbers don't work. And I agree that constricting the roadway to one lane is kind of nuts, kind of crazy. So thank you for listening.
Thank you.
That's all right. That was good.
Jim Anderson from, I live at 2 Old Well Court, which is in the corner of, which is on the corner of Gregory Boulevard and Old Saugatuck Road. Out of my living room window, I look directly right at that turn on Gregory Boulevard and that corner of this property that's going to be developed. I personally witness accidents, seen accidents, hear them. I see the backup of traffic from, and I'm 3/4 of a mile away from the beach. I see traffic going in the direction towards the beach. Clearly, the backup of car traffic, the obnoxious loud music in the traffic as people are waiting to get going, the anxiety of people. I see pedestrians, and I speak to my neighbors in Ludlow Center, the senior center, where they fear crossing Gregory Boulevard on that turn. The project will forever change the character of East Norwalk, and it's not that I'm not open to development, and I think that was expressed before. Again, I lived here since 1999, if I didn't say that before. It's just the location. It's in a prominent location. It's actually almost in the dead middle of East Norwalk. The former mayor, Alex Knopp, said it pertinently that it's in a spot where you slow down anyhow, you make the turn right by the cemetery there, Van Zandt. You're slowing down, reducing it to one lane. I'm really hesitant on that also. I was going back and forth on it. I was trying to keep an open mind, trying to believe in the experts of the traffic study, and I've seen it. But we also seen where it was done and does not work. And it was just brought out to me before. I bring up Washington Street. Washington Street was reduced in width, and that is problematic because it's a bottleneck. You get one car that's trying to park, you get a van or delivery that's delivering to retail, and it backs up into North Main and Water Street, and that's that. So I'm again in that spot where it is. I might jump around and apologize if I do. I remember seeing a video from the owner saying that it's going to look like Nantucket. I don't know what Nantucket he's gone to, but it doesn't. And I'm sure he would reject this if it was a project that was being built in his hometown in Italy.
Yeah.
And I don't want to get further into that. On a and just thinking on a maximum profit with no regard to the quality of life of the community. Mill Pond, if I recall, was cleaned up many years ago, I believe, for its natural longevity. And I believe there was certain investment on the city's part to clean it up. And I don't know much about that. Let me get to my points and apologize. It'll definitely be a hardship, and it is currently a hardship for my neighbors across in Fenwick. I see them, every person that comes out of Fenwick, that small street that's abuts to this, as they get out to try to make a left or a right on Gregory, it's treacherous. Increasing any kind of volume and I guess they're used to it now, but it's just horrible. Second, they talked about East Avenue, where it's a two-way street. It's only a two-way street for about 50 to 100 feet. You come out of Cottage Street, and the only cars that's going to come out are going to come out of Cottage Street to access, making that left onto the back of this property. So that's kind of like deceiving, and it's not fair to even say. My other point was construction. I mean, obviously, I'm going to hear it. My neighbors and everyone else is hearing it, just as we hear the pumps going in East Avenue Bridge. And I'm not going to talk about that debacle, but how long will the construction be? I don't know. Who knows? And maybe they don't know. 4, evacuation of East Norwalk. And I brought this up on plenty of the different projects and even as far as the East Norwalk Business Association. Again, East Norwalk has very limited areas where if there had to be an evacuation of any sort from the neighbors from the beach out, there's not many places they can go. Changing anything to improve it would probably be your priority, I would think. Number 5, the public access. I got to talk about that. And I really think, and my mind goes to where I used to live in South Norwalk for a short period of time before moving to East Norwalk. It goes to 50 Water Street. Now, you may not know where that is. It's very easy. When you go over the drawbridge from East Norwalk into South Norwalk, you look to your left. That's 50 Water Street. It's an elevated building. And right behind that building is actually a public space. It's a dock. Not a dock where you can park your boat, but a dock where public can have access to see the marina. Not many people use it. Not many people know about it. And that's wide open, and that's open to anyone who wants to use it, but nobody knows about it. This is going to be behind a building. I don't really foresee the public using any kind of public access. And then you have to ask yourself, well, why wouldn't they? Well, you go on the other side of Mill Pond, there's a nice little pond, there's Overton's, there's Mr. Frosty's. People use that, and it's a clear view of the pond. You're not going to go in somebody's backyard just to see a pond. It just isn't logical. It really isn't. It's deceptive. What else? Lastly, I want to talk about the cemetery. The cemetery itself is very historical, and not many people might not know. Our first Connecticut governor is buried there, Governor Finch. Civil War soldiers are buried there, and residents that died during the British burning, just as a point of fact. And I believe that's it. I want to keep it brief, and I thank you for your time.
Thank you.
In person, Kim Story, if you're here and you can approach the lectern.
Paul Chenard, if you can unmute.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I just want to say I didn't know much about the project just a few weeks ago now when I saw the yard signs in East Norwalk as I was passing through. And after some investigation of the East Norwalk Neighborhoods Association, reviewing materials on the city's website of the project, I must say I'm in support of the project. I think it's a very good project. It's got very appealing aesthetics to the buildings that are going to go up. And it really turns the East Norwalk into more of a destination. Currently, if I'm going through East Norwalk, I'm going through it. I'm heading to Westport with no reason to stop in East Norwalk. So I think it would provide a true destination once you get like restaurants and some cafes there. So I think it's very appealing. Walking and biking through East Norwalk too is very troublesome. It's very scary. And then Center Street, the road that goes in front of the proposed project, straightening that out and turning to one lane is going to be very easy to drive through. Because right now when you go through it, the cars are zigzagging around you. I almost got sideswiped last week there. So I think it's a very good project. And I commend the proposer for putting it out there. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next in-person speaker is Richard Bonifant, and then following Richard is Lou Garcia.
Good evening, Rich Bonifant, Park Hill Avenue. Mr. Chairman, members of the commission.
Whoa.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
All right,
That's a cue.
all right. Same people, though, I see them. First off, I want to say that if I'd known you were going to go back and forth with the Zoom, waiting in line for, and these people came out, I'd have stayed home and watched the Ranger hockey game. We've got a new player tonight, but, all right. But we're here now, and thank you very much. I want to make a couple points that I'm glad you came in person as a commission, and I hope that we're moving forward, that it'll be required to be here if you're a member of the commission to have a vote. All right. Yep. They don't get to look you in the eye. You're not looking the people in the eye at home who are pouring their hearts out, right? You don't see them, and you should have to see them. Right. All right. Okay. On this particular project, and forgive me if I'm wrong, but I didn't see the dog walking area on the renderings, right? So you got 77 new apartments, and what's that translate into, like 40 dogs, 45 dogs? I don't know. But, they're looking for that first lawn in the morning, or they're looking for, all right, or they're going to go down to your Happy Phragmites or wherever it is there. And so, what's that going to be turning into? The mill pond is going to turn into a cesspool of disease eventually. I mean, you got 40 dogs coming. Good luck, unless you have conditions, maybe you're going to make we got conditions that it's going to be a no pet kind of like project. I don't know if you can do that, but my biggest concern is, I think, shared in the room about cutting it down to one lane, right? A nice lady who left explained for the fire department that they got to get around and talk about solar things, but I'm thinking like, coming from Gregory Boulevard, when it gets all choked up at that little island thing there, if a fire truck tries to get down and make its way going down Gregory Boulevard towards the beach, it's going to get choked right there with if it's going to back up, right? So how's the fire truck going to get past anybody? And you got okay, let's face it, the developer is skipping on his parking requirements because he can. And so he wants parking on the street. Well, that's not going to help the bicyclers either, because somebody's going to be opening up their car door and whacking a bicycler, because it's going to be really crowded and not much room to move either way. And so emergency vehicles are going to have a hard time getting down there if there's if it's choked up, and, take it from there. And the other speakers were a lot more eloquent, but I just want to say, thank you for letting me be here.
Thank you.
Linnell Jones, if you could unmute.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Yes.
Thank you. My name is Linnell Jones. I live at 10 Point Road. I've lived in South Norwalk in a coastal flood zone since 1986. Today, after reading the 7-page environmental analysis and CAM coastal site plan review posted last night, prepared by the Environmental Land Solutions, I wrote the mayor, his chief of staff, directors Kleppen and Cherichetti, asking that they postpone this public hearing so both the public and the commissioners could understand and fully digest the importance of what a CAM, coastal area management review, is, and why this effort really falls short. This project is in the coastal boundary, in a flood zone. How many experts have mentioned flooding? Commissioners, according to the state of Connecticut and federal laws, One, if a project is in the coastal boundary, which this one is, in addition to being in a flood zone, which this one is, it is required that both DEEP and the Harbor Management Commission review the application. Also, by state statute, referral to OLISP, the Office of Long Island Sound Program, is required. DEEP exercises an oversight role. Legally, it has what they call party status. 2, a copy of the Coastal Management Manual, which includes a one-page flow chart, was shared with P&Z. I'm not sure this commission has seen it, and I'm not sure the proper process was followed in this case. Please Google Connecticut CAM Coastal Site Plan Review, and what you will find looks nothing like what was posted last evening. Site plan reviews are required, not submitted as supplemental information. 3, Connecticut DEEP letter was specific about density because this is in the coastal boundary flood zone. This is included in the Coastal Management Act, and DEEP has consistently enforced this in Connecticut waterfront towns. In addition, the Connecticut DEEP letter mentioned public access, which they clarified was not an easement. 4, however, the most despicable aspect of this application is the outright misrepresentation that the Harbor Commission approved this. Attorney Blank's opening presentation included 2 harbor meetings. In the application, under environmental concerns, the application states, quote, "It is important to note that the Harbor Management Commission noted in their approving vote of the application that this proposed development would improve water quality conditions in Norwalk Harbor." 100% false. A half-truth is a full lie. Commissioners can either read from the September minutes of the Harbor Commission, or better yet, view the YouTube video of the Harbor Commission September 28, 2022 meeting. Skip to 20 minutes to hear about whether this use is a right, or if the applicant just has the right to ask. 25 minutes in, DEEP issues are discussed. 45 minutes in, the commissioners ask Attorney Blank when the public hearing will be, and they let Attorney Blank know they want more information. At 51 minutes, a motion to table is made, and by 52 minutes, the unanimous vote is complete. Not passed, tabled. The Harbor Commission is waiting for information. It's a known game to pretend that you have approval, but in this case, it's deceptive and seriously misleading to commissioners, the public, and should be to P&Z as well. On this basis alone, I don't think you can pass this. Again, thank you, and under no circumstances did the Harbor Commission pass this. They're still waiting for information, waiting to be told when the public hearing is. Thank you, Linnell Jones.
Thank you.
Good evening, board. My name is Lou Garcia. I'm an architect and also a resident of East Norwalk for the past 50 years. So I have quite of experience on both sides, being local and at the same time be an architect, and having a chance to speak tonight and give the board a couple of different takes on what I think could be probably an improvement to this project. I believe that this project is probably going to be approved because I have been on the other side of the fence with doing proposals for projects and approvals. And I think the issue here is going to be that if the developer fulfills all the requirements of the TOD zoning requirements, it's going to be very difficult for this board to reject the proposal, because eventually they'll get sued, and I'm not sure what's going to happen with that. But the reason that this project is the way it is right now is because the TOD was approved, which was I was very much against, and I think it might be worthwhile to going back and someday in the near future reviewing those requirements, and especially the bonuses, and seeing if that something could be done for future projects, because I really do think that the whole bonus portion of that regulations are pretty simple to meet. It only, like I said, someone said before, it only it's a benefit for the developer and not very much for the public. So I think the TOD regulations someday down the road should be again reviewed and maybe perhaps amended, because if this is going to be the type of project we're going to be seeing down East Norwalk and East Avenue, I think we're going to be all in trouble. I'm an architect and I'm all for development. I'm all for this project. We all think that this project needs to be done in order to fulfill some of the housing requirements in Norwalk. I just think it's too dense, and it's too dense because of the regulations. I think that the developers could very well reduce the size of this project if they wanted to, but again, I'm pretty sure that there's some economics involved with that. My recommendations as far as an architect is that as you drive down Cemetery Avenue and you see these facades or these elevations, they seem very prominent, very tall, very dense. And my recommendation would be to perhaps open up the middle of those that facade and have views into the pond. I don't think you speaking to the architect, I wrote some notes in here. If you removed the building that you call the marketplace, and you remove the market building and relocate it adjacent to building B, this will allow for a view as you go down Cemetery Avenue into the pond. And I think that would do two things for us. One, it would allow us to have the view of the pond, which everybody's looking for. And two, it will break down that long facade of buildings that you see along Cemetery Street. I think that would improve the building facade concept. And at the same time, I could keep saying, it will give us view of the pond that we all want to see. The next thing that I believe is that the corner building, or the one that's called, I forgot what the name of it, you guys named it, but the one at the very corner in front of Sweet Ashley's, I think that building is way too industrial looking. I know that looking at some of the pictures that Banfield put up together before, it was something that they probably used in the past, and they kind of redoing it here and kind of reestablishing it here. I think that building is way too massive for the corner, and it's too industrial looking. I think that building should perhaps look more like the rest of the other buildings, a little more colonial, a little more New English. I think that building is going to be, it's very simple. It's just a series of windows and a fancy roof, a gable roof. I don't think it's appropriate for the corner. I also, I don't want to keep kind of beating a dead horse, but the traffic is definitely something that needs to be looked at. I have seen a lot of traffic reports, and like everyone has said before me, that traffic report is nonsense. And I'm also very surprised to see that the peer review person also agrees to it. I'm not sure what they were thinking about, but we need to get perhaps another set of eyes looking at this traffic study, and come to a decent conclusion that we just can't have that many cars in one location. In reference to the recreation areas, I've done a couple of projects in Norwalk where recreation areas are very much required. I think they need it. People in these units will need to go somewhere to relax and unwind. And I just don't think that recreation areas are going to be large enough for this project. I believe the requirement is 200 square feet per unit. I don't believe that the developers have met those requirements. And I also agree that having this recreation areas on top of a roof is not the right place for them. And by the way, under the TOD regulations, recreation areas are allowed in the areas of the backs of the setbacks, which I think is completely incorrect. This happened with a project that I was also involved with in this, here in Norwalk at the location of the bank here in Winfield Street. And I fought that thing the whole time because I still to this day think that the recreation areas should not be part of setbacks. That's completely incorrect. I definitely think that something should be looked at as for the TOD regulations and perhaps change that regulation. The other thing that I was looking at, and I have looked at the project and I have reviewed it not in depth, but somewhat quickly, is that the average grade. I know a lot of people here don't understand the whole concept of the average grade, but it's actually based on the surveyors and the civil engineers information. And I think to this day, the average grade is incorrect, and therefore the height of the buildings is incorrect. I think someone should really take a close look at what the average grade really should be and how it relates to the overall height of the building, because I believe that these buildings are way too tall, and I think they exceed the requirement of the 45 feet. And I'm not really sure if the 45 feet is to the midpoint of the building of the roof, or is it 45 feet to the peak of the roof? I still not really quite clear what the regulation requirements for that, but it makes it different. If you go into the midpoint of the roof at 45, it's going to be greater if you go to the peak of the roof. So I think that should be looked at, because I believe that that there's some discrepancies as far as again the average grade and the height of the building. I don't want to keep going here. I think there's other people that want to talk. My recommendation conclusion is that the developer should go back and perhaps try to minimize the amount of units, try to shuffle some of the buildings around so we have a better view of the pond. Forget about the improvements to the traffic. Forget about parking in that area. That is completely insane. And I don't know why there's a need to fix something that works now. Thank you.
Thank you.
The next in-person speaker is Roberta DiBiscegli.
Mimi, if you can unmute, you are next.
Hi, who's next? Hello?
You are.
Oh, okay. All right. All right, Mimi Chang, 37 Raymond Terrace. Bear with me, I'm exhausted. Thank you in advance. I'm just going to read what I wrote. Thank you in advance to the Planning and Zoning Commission for taking the time to hear me this evening. I'm speaking tonight in opposition to the current design of the lofts at Mill Pond, and to kindly suggest that you implore applicants MF DeScala and Spinnaker to agree upon compromise solutions to scale their proposed design back with consideration of the following modifications. 1, the applicant's design's main structure is overwrought for the parcel's acreage. The design appears as if the developer's goal was to pack in just short of as much massing and as many apartment units as they could, and then some, due to the P&Z's amenity bonus point system, which for the record was staunchly opposed by stakeholders to achieve critical mass for maximal profit. As such, the design is compromised and disproportionate to its surroundings. My hope is that the P&Z Commission asks the applicant to reduce the main structure's massing and number of apartment units, which are excessive relative to the parcel size. Exercising restraint and scaling down massing on this small lot could set the standard for responsibly scaled future design proposals, which we know are to come to several other parcels within the EVTZ area, which in turn would lessen strain on school classrooms and infrastructure, which we, the taxpayers, not the developers, foot the bill on. 2, the main structure's monolithic massing situates it too close to the roadway at the top of a problematic traffic circle. I hope P and Z commissioners advise the applicant to scale back its massing or ideally break the monolith into perhaps 3 smaller scaled standalone buildings in order to obtain a deeper setback, which would allow for more infilled green space between the sidewalk and the structures. This partial is the gateway to East Norwalk's beach neighborhood, so its design should make an enticing and welcoming visual statement with an adequate landscape buffer. Additionally, a deeper setback from the roadway would attract more pedestrian foot traffic and ideally be the blueprint for all future developed parcels within the EVTZ, but can only be achieved by scaling the main structure's massing back considerably. 3, the structure's extreme 300-foot horizontal sprawl layout packs in numerous faux historic facades and excessive rows of windows, contributing to a truncated faux block of Main Street aesthetic, almost like something you'd see as a fabricated Hollywood movie set building. Its proportions are off and skewed. Maybe the main structure can be of just 3 building facades, just the so-called 3 sisters, which you keep referring to, instead of 6, to appear less cluttered visually and more convincing as historic style buildings. Or ideally, as aforementioned, they could be standalone buildings, which would decrease impervious substance ground cover and increase infill green space as a more environmentally friendly design. I asked commissioners to advocate that the applicant modify and scale down the number of facades in the design so it appears as not faux historic. I know with past applications, Commissioner Mike Mushak had publicly stated that faux historic never looks right, and I couldn't agree more regarding this proposal. So perhaps he can take my suggestion up with the applicant to simplify and improve this design. 4, I asked that P and Z commissioners encourage the applicant to modify the design to showcase historic Mill Pond so it remains visible to passersby from in front of the main structure's facade and from the historic Cemetery Street Circle. As the value of a historic waterfront view in a coastal community is priceless, it's disappointing that MF Descala's buildings obscure and wall out Norwalk's historic bodies of water, which should remain as scenic vistas enhancing neighborhoods. A historic water enclave was partially blocked by a wall of apartments at Mill Hill by head of the Harbor South, and history is repeating itself here with the loss at Mill Pond. I hope the commission encourages the applicant to open up sightlines to and encroach less upon a thriving wildlife sanctuary and fragile ecosystem, which should be the inspiration for this design. Commissioners should advocate for the water view from the front and for a much higher percentage of infill green space to absorb more rainfall within a flood zone and prevent more runoff into the pond. Environmentally conscious modifications, which could only be possible if the primary structure is scaled back considerably, and if perhaps the superfluous secondary structure, which should never have been, is omitted from the design. 5, downplayed traffic issues and flawed, vague traffic analysis, which has obviously continued tonight from Hardesty and Hanover, are in need of checking and remediation. I'm not buying tonight's traffic counts. Traffic analysis conducted in March is highly questionable to those who travel the East Avenue corridor daily, as it doesn't seem to acknowledge already existing issues and gridlock impacting AM/PM commuter rush hours and summer season congestion, or brimming crowds traffic impacts of the corridor, let alone how 100 plus cars in the mix will exacerbate already awful traffic congestion. The applicant's attorney, Adam Blank, stating publicly at the applicant's first presentation to stakeholders that he never sees a lot of traffic on East Avenue is an outrageous statement, which I think he needs to speak to. East Avenue is in the Connecticut State Crash Repository as a vehicle-dense, fast-paced corridor at the top of the list of Norwalk roadways, which suffers the highest volume of traffic accidents. Has that data been analyzed at P&Z meetings with the applicant's traffic consultant? Can commissioners ask more questions about traffic impact on stakeholders' behalf rather than accepting flawed traffic analysis, which will crush us? We're already struggling on East Avenue. If commissioners enable the practice of fast tracking and adequate traffic analysis with this and future applications, critical mass will surely occur. Once high levels of vehicular volume are green lighted for the EVTC area, the environmental damage inflicted is irreversible. It's critical that we get traffic study and counts right. The East Avenue corridor is long overdue for comprehensive holistic traffic study. P&Z commissioners, you've been forewarned. Nobody knows the infamous East Avenue traffic issues better than we who navigate it 2, 4, 6 or more times daily during highest volume rush hours. Please listen to us and go back and seek honest traffic study for this application from Hardesty and Hanover. And please advocate for holistic rather than piecemeal by parcel traffic study of the entire EVTZ area with an impartial analysis, traffic analysis firm with zero ties to local politicians or preferred developers and attorneys. My closing comments for tonight are that after hearing from Harriman Consultants years ago, that East Norwalk is already very dense with diverse housing stock walkable to the train station, I just cannot fathom why an amenity bonus point system to encourage yet more density was even devised as necessary, especially after I've been advised by consultants that East Norwalk's already housing dense layout and infrastructure can handle responsibly scaled, not overly dense development within the TOD parameter. With the amenities bonus point system, the P&Z Commission basically gave carte blanche to MF Descala, Spinnaker, and all future developers to piecemeal determine their own density to maximize their profit, with little regard for how their proposals overwrought massing and vehicular volume impact quality of life of existing residents. Developers don't need a point system to be enticed to develop in East Norwalk or to make a profit. We'd already seen detailed depictions of what will be on other parcels and heard from Harriman's head consultant years ago that developers had already inquired about those parcels. Whether stakeholders speaking tonight agree with Hartford's agenda of doubling population of Connecticut cities by densifying within a half mile of transit via TOD or not, whether they like me are supportive of a more modest TOD development. What most stakeholders did not sign on for was an amenity bonus point system, which only serves to exacerbate massing, apartment unit density, and vehicular volume at traffic choke points in exchange for trivial public amenities, which should be point of entry items for developers. I feel that the commission should do away with the amenities bonus point system altogether. That's my personal opinion. Thank you to the Planning and Zoning Commission for your time tonight and for hearing my concerns and suggestions. I sincerely hope that on our behalf, you ask the applicants of Cemetery Street, Mill Pond Place to work with stakeholders on compromise solutions to scale back their design in a manner which both parties are agreeable to and which would improve their proposal exponentially. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I am Roberta DiBasegli. My husband Charles and I have owned our home on Osborne Avenue since 2004. We moved here full-time from New York City in 2017. My fine landscape gardening business is located in East Norwalk, and I rent both office space and yard space here. I'm a stakeholder both personally and professionally in this community. Charles and I have watched the city of Norwalk continually disregard what our community really needs, which is clean water and air, safe and comfortable ways to travel in and around town via public and private transportation, safe ways to walk and bike in our neighborhoods, and the right to quiet enjoyment. Instead of hearing our concerns, the city continues to pack in as many souls as they can into a limited amount of space and fritter away our natural resources. At best, you put lipstick on the pig that is these new developments, expecting us to bow to what you think is right. If Charles and I had known your intentions, we would never have relocated here. We have come to learn that this city values profits over people. Charles and I have never been anti-development, but we do believe that government has a responsibility to its citizens to be fair, act in good faith, and develop our outdoor space in accordance with the needs and desires of the community. At almost every turn, beginning from the start of the TOD project, the residents of Norwalk have been treated abominably by our elected and appointed officials. I am sure others here can and will supply the details. The way you pushed through the TOD was shameful, and I take special note of your amenity point system. This should be the price of admission for any company wanting to build in Norwalk, not a way to gain special privileges, especially because none of these so-called amenities benefit the community in any significant way. As a professional horticulturist and environmentalist, I am horrified that you would consider a development of this magnitude in this important space. This is the gateway to our beloved Calf Pasture Beach, as well as our cherished Marvin Elementary School and the Marvin. It borders a historic cemetery, not a public green, as the developer calls it. It also borders Mill Pond, an ecosystem that includes plants, animals, and microorganisms. There are many reasons to deny this application. Traffic and parking issues, which are already intolerable for many residents, are among them. And I might want to just quickly add, I would love to hear an update on what's going on with residential parking passes for people in East Norwalk. But in the forefront for me is the negative impact on the environment. No last-minute environmental impact statement can discount the fact that you are overdeveloping this city at the expense of the natural world. No rain garden or pollinator garden is going to mitigate the overly dense population you are planning to shovel into this small harborside neighborhood. Norwalk continues to greenlight all kinds of projects that impinge on open space, reduce our tree canopy, and harm our water birds. The disconnect between humans and nature is most obvious when you look at the disparity between ecology and economics. Must we continually rape our land and exceed its carrying capacity because of corporate greed? Nature does not have unlimited resources. Why are we behaving like it does? As we continue to overdevelop this charming community, this once charming community, we may want to consider what legacy we are leaving for future generations. Furthermore, there is no genius, loci, or spirit of place in any of these developments. When you pretend that there is, you commit a grave misjustice to the land they sit on. Rather than continue this quest for development and improvement, I believe it is imperative to build a meaningful relationship with the great interconnected web of life on this planet. Overdeveloping our fair city is not the prudent course. In short, for the above reasons and many others, Charles and I urge you to deny this application and have the developer modify it significantly. For those of you unfamiliar with Wendell Berry, he is a poet, essayist, novelist, farmer, and environmental activist. I want to leave you with his words. Whether we and our politicians know it or not, nature is party to all our deals and decisions, and she has more votes, a longer memory, and a sterner sense of justice than we do. Thank you.
Thank you. We have time for one more speaker, then we will continue the hearing to the March 15th date at 6 p.m. Here at City Hall.
Jesse Buccolo, you're unmuted.
Yeah, hey, how's it going? I can't believe I'm the last speaker here. So thank you so much for your time. My name's Jesse Buccolo. I'm born and raised in Norwalk. I live here in East Norwalk and 5 Alden. And this is actually my first time at speaking at a meeting like this. So I just wanted to kind of share that anybody who lives in Norwalk knows there's serious congestion on East Avenue. There's serious gridlock moments and choke points. And I just believe there's going to be serious implications for the size and scope of this development. And the recommendation really to turn Cemetery Street into a state, which is a state route, into 1 lane. I thought it was interesting that the development doesn't need the on-street parking. So it's just, it feels like that's an area where I'm not sure who's pushing that idea that we do need that. And I just could use a little clarity on kind of why we need 1 lane versus 2 lanes. I don't think the traffic study necessarily takes into account, as others have said, it being in March is a serious problem. So everybody who lives in Norwalk knows that the peak season is during the summer months. And I just think picking kind of a weekday in March and a weekend day in March is not kind of an accurate depiction of what traffic and congestion looks like here in East Norwalk. There are several trucks that are on that route. There could be blind spots with the tree foliage that's recommended along the sidewalks, especially with the cars pulling in and out of the parking lot. There's also just a concern about, I think people were talking about parallel parking. And what if there are trucks doing deliveries to some of the businesses on the floor of the businesses that are on the floor of the building? And then what about the trucks that are on the state route driving around the parallel parking cars or so forth? So I just think there's just some unknowns with the traffic piece here that needs to be kind of clarified. I would say kind of the last thing is just, there is just so much traffic and congestion. I don't know how to kind of reiterate that one last time, that every Norwalker feels in this area. And it isn't just an East Norwalk problem, because when people are trying to access the beach or the Cove Marina or the clubs or the restaurants, it's going to impact everyone driving in this area. And I just want to make it like super clear that I really think we should do another traffic study during kind of a peak months. And I just don't think changing it to a one lane would be an effective way. And there will be an impact. And I just don't think it's fair to say that nothing's going to change around that. So thank you for giving me the time to speak. Appreciate your time and the amount of hours you put into listening to everyone. And just hope you kind of reconsider the traffic piece. And thanks for your time.
Thank you. All right, we're going to. Yes.
Sorry to interrupt you. I think that we missed a point whether Mr. Pepin had given approval for us to do. In light of the fact that these good people came out and they're here this hour, and I'm not sure who may be able to come back again, but we'd like to ask members of the audience who are here who object to this and are asking for the same thing, for at least to visually while you're in this room, if they would stand.
Oh, that's fine. Sure.
Doesn't mean they just can't come back next week or do Zoom. Thank you for that.
Okay, sure. Thank you for coming. Look forward to hearing from those of you who wish to speak on the 15th.
Motion. Do you want to put?
Motion to adjourn. Need a motion.
Oh, right.
Do,
I do need a motion.
Mr. Chairman, do we,
go.
just for scheduling purposes, this is continued to the 15th of March.
That's correct.
We do have other items, but I don't know how long this conversation will go at the next meeting. So do you guys?
Well, it's not just this conversation. It's the people who wish to speak.
Including that.
It's the developer's response, and then it's our own conversation. It would seem to me
Another special meeting.
it is best if this is the only business we have for the meeting on the 15th. And as a result, if it's required, we'll set up a special meeting to deal with those.
You want us to send out an email, or do you want to try to figure that out now?
Doesn't matter to me.
Email.
I'm not sure who we've lost.
I see Nick. I see
Thank you
Mike,
again
I
to
see
everyone
you.
who came out.
I think everyone.
Let's do it by an email poll tomorrow.
Okay.
Okay. All right. Can I have a motion to continue this hearing?
I move that we.
Okay, we have a motion. We have a second. Show of hands, all those in favor? Looks like it's unanimous. Thank you all.
Be well, everyone.
Whenever we need help, is it stuff staying?
We are adjourned.